Hello, welcome to SHaDPitch 2023. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. The show's about ready to begin. Mic off.
Okay, I'll get you.
Have live mic. Welcome to SHaDPitch 2023. Please take your seats. We'll be starting shortly. Please take your seats. You're all ready, right?
We're all set.
Huh?
We're all set. Well, I need the other judges to come back.
Happened. Been tutored?
Yeah.
Right there. Facing. How do we wrangle them? You know who they are? You know who they are? How do we wrangle these people back there?
Okay.
Okay. I'm ready to go as soon as the judge shows up. No love yet?
Call yet. I'm hoping this thing's not crappy here. I can't get a call because it's crappy up here. So I'm waiting for Melanie to call back.
Look like?
No, I know what he looks like.
minutes than the judges, so that's the problem. 108. Started? For him later, or? Yeah, it's 3 or 4 minutes for the judge intro. Later, because there's more of you after the judge intros. So I'm going to go for it, and if you're not ready, we'll see you later in the show. When is he? I've been asking everybody out there to push people in. Yeah, I've been made 4 announcements already. Telling people. He's on stage with us. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make one more announcement. I'll go to a control. Can I have a hot mic for Barry? Please come inside the room. Time to start the show. Please come inside the room. SHaDPitch is ready to go. Mic off. And Barry, the producer.
David.
We'll make you look good today, David.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for letting us invade.
Pleasure. Absolutely.
It's a beautiful building. It's crazy nice.
Got better than
At the end of the hall, that like whole hangout area where
nice.
I was there all last night watching the sunset, doing my work. Right.
And when you finally
Music in. Shad music. Are you ready? Please welcome an enthusiastic welcome to the founder of She Has a Deal and TLT Solutions, Tracy Brickmore.
She's leading the way. She's winning the day. Brighter than gold. She has a deal. She has a deal.
And welcome to SHaDPitch 2023. This is the fourth annual She Has a Deal. And I thank all of you for joining us and supporting She Has a Deal, and each of our future women hotel owners who will be competing on stage today and tomorrow. We have a compelling competition for you today. 9 women, 8 teams, all established in their careers, will pitch their hotel investment deal to our esteemed industry panel of judges. These accomplished women will be vying for a grand prize of $50,000 in deal equity for their hotel project. Now, I founded She Has a Deal with the simple goal of increasing the number of women who own and develop hotels. Our mission is a movement to transform the hospitality industry by creating new pathways to hotel ownership and development for women. We intentionally chose to focus on creating new pathways because we realize that as women, how we enter the industry may be different than how others have historically risen to success in hotel ownership. Now, we engage around this transformative work in multiple ways, okay? 1, we're exposing and inspiring women to the possibilities of hotel ownership. 2, we are teaching them how to lead hotel investments. 3rd, we're building a network of collaborators, mentors, and sponsors who will advocate for these women throughout their journey. And most importantly, through the launch of our Shad Prosperity Fund, we are unleashing capital resources required to close deals for these women. What do you think about that? Okay. Now, with the fund, we are raising capital to invest equity in women-led hotel projects, culminating from SHaDPitch and the She Has a Deal platform. You can learn more about funding female-led hotel projects in our pipeline on our website at SheHasADeal.com. Okay? Everybody ready for this? Yeah. Are we ready? Okay, I need some excitement in the room because before we move on to the, okay. So before we move on, I have to introduce you to our judges, our 2023 judges, who represent a mix of experts from the hotel industry. Most are existing Shad partners, and others are investors in our Shad Prosperity Fund. And together, they are helping us further our mission. There are 5 judges who will ultimately decide who will win the $50,000 in deal equity. So here come the judges. All right, who's on the judges panel today? We have Ann Bursch. She is the Vice President of North America Full Service Development for Marriott International. Welcome, Ann. Coming back for a second year, we have Jim Tierney, the Senior Vice President of Development and Owner Relations, Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. And one of our Shad Prosperity Fund investors, Beth Azar with Azar Advisory Services. Next, we have Chip Olson, who is Chief Development Officer for Wyndham Hotels and Resorts. Come on in, Chip. Chip is returning again. And then we have Tiffany Cooper, who is the Head of Development North America and the Caribbean at Kimpton Hotels and Restaurant. So, are you guys ready? Our annual pitch competition is a critical part of She Has a Deal's process, created so that these women are armed with the competencies and confidence required to secure hotel ownership, development, and investment. Let's take a look at how Shad works. Watch this video.
She Has a Deal was founded in 2019 to create pathways to hotel ownership and development for women. Women represent an extraordinarily small percentage of hotel owners, and we want to change that. She Has a Deal's signature event is a hotel investment pitch competition for women. How does it work? The process starts when women apply to participate in the pitch competition as individuals or small teams of up to 3. Once accepted, each pitching team comes up with a name and is assigned a coach to help them through the competition. Over several months, competitors are given exclusive access to hotel investment education that is not taught in schools. Educational content is delivered by SHAD luminaries, industry experts in fields like law, accounting, real estate development, and hotel operations. In addition to learning from these luminaries, pitching teams are meeting potential mentors and future collaborators to whom they would not otherwise have access. SHAD's educational modules are taught in the form of master classes and cover every aspect of sourcing, evaluating, financing, and closing a hotel investment deal. The teams are given a unique financial model developed by hotel owners that walks them through projecting revenues, expenses, and ultimate return on investment. At the end, each team will have identified and analyzed a real hotel project in preparation to pitch the deal to a panel of investor judges. The winning team is awarded deal equity, meaning partial ownership of a real hotel. While only one team wins, every participant walks away from the She Has a Deal experience with a depth of knowledge and a bank of new professional connections that can't be found anywhere else.
Okay, so here's what we have to look forward to today. We have 8 teams, 9 women who will pitch their deal to our panel of judges. The pitches range from a ground-up construction and conversions to the acquisition of branded and independent hotels. Our presenters will be judged on 5 key components, and those range from the evidence presented with proper market and feasibility analysis to their ability to convince the judges that their project that's presented is a good deal. Each pitch will be 10 minutes, followed by 10 minutes Q&A from the judges. But I want all of you to also help us evaluate these women. So from our audience, whether you're here or if you're watching our live stream from around the world, your input is also crucial to today's pitches. So 5% of the team's score will be based on how you rate them. Okay? So plan to engage with us, evaluating each team immediately after they finish their pitch or after they finish the Q&A with the judges. We want you to provide constructive feedback on their presentations because we know this information will help them soar in the future. Okay? So after each pitch and the 10-minute Q&A, you'll simply follow the link on the screen. It's a QR code to our platform, allowing you to rank each pitch. You're going to evaluate it and provide feedback. And then additionally, at the end of the competition, at the end of today, you will ultimately vote for your favorite pitch, and they will win the Viewer's Choice Award. That should be around 5:15 Eastern Time. And then you'll have the opportunity, when you rate the teams, when you vote for your Viewer's Choice Award, you will win raffle prizes, okay? So we have various prizes, including hotel nights with some great properties around the world. We have SHAD merch and other fun gifts generously donated by our sponsors. Now, one other extra added benefit we have today, joining me backstage is SHAD 2022, Today's Woman alum, Genesis Lefacardi. Y'all have to remember Genesis from the Genesis House. The Genesis House brand includes exclusive wellness retreats and boutique hotels. You guys remember Genesis from last year? Yes. So she's joining us. I know that everyone is excited, and I am too, to kick off the pitching. So first up, we have Miriam Santos. She's of Bez and Oily. She's joining us to pitch an independent hotel. Let's hear from Miriam. How are you?
My name is Miriam Santos, and I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. What inspired me to start my journey into hotel ownership was seeing that there was a pathway. Not only that, but an illuminated pathway through programs like She Has a Deal and the generosity of its sponsors. A motto I live by is, I'm not the first person with this problem, so there must be a solution. So when faced with obstacles like limited capital to fund my deal, I know that there's a solution out there and I'm going to find it. My career goal is for my company, Bez and Ollie, to grow into a vertically integrated hospitality company. This program has positively impacted me by equipping me with the knowledge, skills, and resources to confidently close on a hotel deal.
Please welcome Miriam Santos of Bez and Oil.
For the next 10 minutes, I'm going to tell you how you can own a piece of prime real estate in a downtown Boston hotel for as little as $45,000 and do nothing for the next 5 years and earn a projected 10% preferred return. Where is this great opportunity? Welcome to the Found Hotel Boston Common, located in the heart of Boston's Theater District. Found is a 68-key, independent, upscale, select-service hotel that caters to guests who want to drop their bags, enjoy a complimentary breakfast in a clean and comfortable hotel, and be steps to everything Boston has to offer. Whether traveling for business or leisure or visiting some of the nation's top hospitals and universities, Found is a pedestrian's paradise. Now, what are we going to do with this hotel that's already performing well? 91% occupancy, $194 ADR, $176 RevPAR. Well, one, we're going to acquire it for $17 million and rename it, that's TBA, and keep it as an independent hotel. We're going to keep it as an independent hotel because its past performance has already shown us that it doesn't need the help of a franchise. Its use of OTAs to attract guests will not hurt our bottom line. And this building has housed independent hotels since 1877, which speaks to the time-tested success of this particular building, as well as the strength of the Boston CBD market that's continuing to expand and create jobs in the sectors I mentioned earlier. We are going to hire a new third-party operator, and right now we are carefully reviewing operators with successful experience in running independent hotels in the guest service side, operations, and financial management. Bez and Ollie will be the asset management company for this hotel. Next, we are also going to do a $942,000 soft goods renovation, which will include the use of a grab-and-go market. Now, the hotel already underwent an extensive $6.3 million renovation in 2018 to its interior as well as to its mechanics. Last, what we're going to do is raise ADR in year one slightly by about $23 and apply CoStar's forecasted 2.6% annual growth rate and a 1.9% growth rate to occupancy. And all these things together will be enough to kickstart year one with a strong $4.9 million in gross revenue, $2.7 million in NOI, and $1.1 million in cash flow, as well as an overall project performance of 17% average cash on cash return and 32% IRR. The total cost for this project is $22.4 million, $17 million to acquire it, $4.4 million to close, and $942,000 for the renovation. Our cap stack will be 60% senior debt, 40% equity, split 2.5% contribution from Bez and Ollie, and we're seeking 97.5% from limited partners. As I mentioned earlier, we are offering our limited partners a 10% preferred return on the total equity invested together. Returns in excess of that 10% will be split 70-30, 70 to our investors and 30% to Bez and Ollie. Bez and Ollie's strategy is to acquire real estate worth holding. So investors will be able to exit this investment through a cash-out refinance that we'll do in year 5, where we are projected to have a value of $39.6 million based on the year 5 NOI of $3.17 million and an 8% exit cap rate. Now, at a 60% loan to value, minus 2% for closing costs, we are going to have a loan amount of about $23.3 million, which will be enough to pay off the principal balance on the loan of $12.6 million, recoup our equity invested of $8.9 million, and have about $1.6 million left over to reinvest into the hotel. Now, there are risks to every investment. For example, if we cannot do a cash out refinance in year 5, we are looking into a CLOC, which will allow us to just take out the necessary $8.9 million and be able to have some equity left over. Now, a threat to us all is an economic downturn. Luckily, this hotel is an upscale select service hotel that tends to do well in weathering the storms of a recession. And as we've seen in its performance during COVID in 2021, where it was at 79% occupancy, $126 in RevPAR, and $100 in RevPAR and $126 in ADR. Now, our hotel doesn't have a fitness center, and some may see this limited amenity as a weakness, but we see it as opportunity. Our guests want to be immersed in the Boston culture. So we are taking this opportunity to partner with local gyms and personal trainers for our guests to be able to create a voucher system so our guests can use their facilities or partake in their classes. And Bez and Ali will work with our third-party operator to continue to survey the market for risks and create strategies to mitigate those risks. Now, Massachusetts is known as the spirit of America, which makes Boston not only a primary market, but a bedrock market. With world-class healthcare, education, sports, and technology, we are the past and we are the future. We are not going anywhere. So if you want to invest in prime real estate that's yielding strong returns in a bedrock market, invest in my deal. Invest in the Found Hotel, Boston Common. Thank you.
Very good, Miriam. Thank you for that presentation. Now we're going to take questions from our judges. Tiffany?
That was a fantastic presentation. Thank you so
you.
much. I just have a few questions that came up. You mentioned renaming the property.
Yes.
Are you finding that there's no brand equity in the name Found?
Well, this hotel is the name Found is actually part of the owner's brand. So it's called Found Hotels, and they have hotels in Miami, Found Hotels in Miami, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago. And so I cannot keep that name. However, what I've seen is that before Found purchased this hotel in 2016, it was the Milner Hotel for about over 60 years. And so when the Hawkins Way took over in 2016, they were able to rename it and still do well successfully. So I feel that even in renaming it, I'll still be able to do well as well, as long as we have, the right team on board.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that you are sourcing a lot of limited partners.
Yes.
Which, I guess my question was, if there's a cash, is there a reason you went with that strategy? Let's start with there.
Yes. I wanted to keep the minimum investment under $50,000, something that normal people or everyday people will be able to just really invest in. And so having a larger amount of limited partners is manageable to me. In my experience in working in research finance management, I had portfolios of 800 funds that I had to manage and meet with people on a regular basis to manage those funds. So that number, which will be around about 200 limited partners, I feel that that is something that is manageable.
And with that many limited partners, do you have working capital reserves in the investment in case of a downturn or something like that? Because a cash call will be a nightmare for the general partner to...
Yes. And so that was actually implemented in the financial model to have a healthy cash reserve.
What percentage of reserves? I had that same question.
Percentage of reserves?
Yeah.
I believe that was about 10%. I'll get back to you on that to make sure. Yeah.
Great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
Jim? Anne?
Hi, so I have a question. And obviously I come from a biased perspective, but I'm curious, with no brand, remaining independent, and there's not a huge renovation planned post-acquisition. In my opinion, I think your growth projections are pretty reasonable, but you're starting at a fairly aggressive increased ADR. So I'm just curious, what's the thinking behind, you know, if you're not doing massive renovation, you're not getting the boost from the system, what's the support for that significant increase in ADR right out of the gate?
Oh, repeat that? Sorry, say it again.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a fairly significant initial increase in ADR out of the gate. So I'm just curious what's supporting that with no major renovation. So you're not massively repositioning the hotel and you're not affiliating with the system to kind of boost those top line revenues.
Question. So in terms of aggressive, there was about, when comparing to our comp set, there were about $40 even more higher. So we just raised it about $23, so it's still about reasonable. And with the soft goods renovation, I mean, the renovation that they already underwent in 2018 was pretty extensive, and the hotel's in good shape. And touring the hotel, it really just needed a soft goods renovation, and going based off what the guests have complained about, just really addressing those issues, and adding our grab-and-go market as an additional revenue stream. We're seeing in year one about $173,000 increase in that. That is actually helping with just the addition of that grab-and-go market. Yeah.
Jim?
From a fellow Bostonian, well done. I know the hotel, I know the market well. At $329 a key, right, your basis is attractive. You're well below replacement cost. The hotel had a $6.8 million renovation back in 2018, but you also ran pretty significant occupancy during COVID. The 15 a key now, right, part of which will drive some of that ADR premium, seems light.
Okay.
Has anyone talked to you about that, or have you explored that?
Say that again, with what seems light?
The $15,000 per key in a renovation cost,
Okay.
which I think was your roughly
Yes.
$900,000 or so, just seemed a little bit light.
Okay.
And I didn't know if anyone had asked you to explore that or if you had done that.
Well, I definitely have room to increase that budget, and that's one reason why we are, the acquisition price is $17 million, because then it gives room. I mean, I can go higher, but it gives us room to actually increase our budget, because, you know, the way the market is and the way construction is, the costs always go higher than what we expect. So I do have breathing room to add more money into that if necessary.
And is it union managed today or non-union?
It's non-union today.
Otherwise, that 900,000 would be to change a light bulb.
Beth, you have a question?
Hello.
Hi.
So are you changing the third-party management because if you buy, is the owner self-managing?
It's managed by FCL Management, and when trying to look them up, they didn't really have much information out there. And there were some complaints that I noticed in TripAdvisor, and so I just thought it would be better just to start fresh.
With the numbers being as strong as they are, and they are, Boston has recovered very well. Are these historical highs for this asset?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And the numbers I had there was the trailing 12.
Yeah, the trailing 12 looks great.
Yes.
The question I have is, what was it doing right after the renovation in 19?
Renovation right after 19, it was around 80, in the 80s. I will get back to you on that, but
Yeah,
it was still pretty high. Yeah.
The total. And is the property cash flowing today?
It is. It is still cash flowing today. Yes.
I have another question.
Yeah,
Sorry, if we have time.
Go ahead. Yes.
So you made an assumption that your cap rate is going to drop by over 2 points. I'm just curious what supports that assumption.
Sure. So the entrance cap rate right now, we have it at 11%. And the cap rate for upper mid-scale and upscale hotels in Boston right now are at like a 9% or a high 8, actually right under 9%. It's about 8.7% right now. So we feel that buying at a higher cap rate and being able to stay closer to where the cap rates are right now might be manageable to bring them to the 8%.
I know it was referenced, but do you have contingency built into this? Just because, I mean, it's a historic building and it sounds like they did a renovation, but it's an old building, so
Yes.
Things can go wrong really fast.
Yes.
And then I do think probably the renovation of 15 Adore is probably light, especially taking into account the OTA, the heavy OTA client that will
Yes.
be coming in, as opposed to a more maybe traditional corporate guest, right? So do you have an amount in there for contingency?
Contingency for the construction or contingency, can you clarify that?
For construction as well as for, ongoing, and if you need to renovate further beyond that $900,000 amount.
Yes. So in the model, we had a 5% contingency into the budget. And this is why when we do a cash out refinance, we are looking to then reinvest more money into capital expenses once limited partners have exited.
We have time for one more question. Any other questions? Chip, you have another one, Chip?
I'll take compliments.
I have one last question.
Sure.
What kind of cost assumptions did you make, assuming that you were going to provide you were going to amenitize the hotel via third-party partnerships?
Yes.
What kind of cost assumptions baked in?
Thank you. Good question. So I did reach out to Star, and they provided a P&L, a performance for that chain scale. And so we had the grab-and-go market between $7 and $10 per available room. So $7. Yep. Those were the assumptions for the cost.
Any other questions? We still have about a little less than a minute. Jim, you look like you might have one. Or Beth.
I do.
Beth
So
does.
you said in the refi you'll take out the limiteds.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason that you wouldn't leave them in?
Well, we want to definitely have more money to reinvest into the hotel. So right now we are looking to just, we'll have other opportunities in 5 years for them to reinvest in, so we'll take care of them very well. But with this one, we just want to make sure we have money to reinvest in the hotel, as well as build a brand and purchase more hotels, so have more cash flow saved for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So proud of you. All right, everyone. So thank you, Miriam. She did a wonderful job. Our first pitch is done, and now it's your turn, audience. You have 10 minutes to rate and comment. You can scan the QR code on the screen and rate Miriam's pitch, okay? And then we're going to go backstage and talk to Genesis and see what Miriam thought about her presentation.
Miriam, you did amazing. You really set the bar high.
Thank you.
How did you go about even finding this unique gem in Boston?
So I was actually touring another property, and the broker told me, hey, there's another one that's coming on the market later on in April. An independent hotel right in the heart of Boston. That's something that I was always seeking. So right when you said that, my ears perked up, and we jumped right on it.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of independent brands, so
Yes.
of course I'm rooting for you. How has She Has a Deal actually prepare you for this day?
Well, being able to be here and be watching the videos from last year and hearing the women speak and not knowing what they were talking about, but today feeling confident and creating a financial model and knowing what to look for when we tour these hotels, how to create our investment criteria, and so doing all of that, the information I learned is just invaluable. You know, just also giving us the confidence that we need to go after these deals and make these cold calls sometimes.
Yeah, it definitely offers you a lot of resources.
Yes.
So this is your first hotel project.
Yes.
What is motivating you? What keeps you going every single day to get this done?
Ooh, my family.
Yeah.
My family, number one motivator. I have 2 little girls, 3 and 1. And even now, I think they knew my pitch better than I did. And
I love it. Did you practice in front of them?
Oh, yes, I did multiple times.
I love it. Do you think they're going to go into the hotel industry as well, follow your footsteps?
Definitely.
I
Definitely.
love it. Well, thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Now, let's take a look at our founding sponsors, Marriott Hotels and Resorts.
Founded nearly 100 years ago, Marriott International's culture of putting people first goes back to our earliest days. Today, our development strategy remains firmly rooted in our values. Our commitment to owners and franchisees has never wavered, and together, we've grown globally. You benefit from market availability and development opportunities, while guests experience more choices from a diverse and innovative portfolio of brands. Our brands and product types offer you flexible options for any market. Whether new build, conversions, adaptive reuse, all-inclusive, or residential projects. From day one, you benefit from access to high-value guests through the world's most celebrated loyalty program and to Marriott's powerful sales and marketing engines that maximize hotel revenue from leisure, business, and group customer segments. Our unmatched global scale creates efficiencies and cost savings for you. And our ability to attract top talent, combined with our training programs, optimizes operations and drives industry-leading performance. From breaking ground to opening and operating your hotel, Marriott is with you every step of the way. By gaining more power today and driving more value tomorrow. Together, we will own the future.
All right. What did you guys think about that first pitch? Yes. All right, so all of you in the room know where we are, but we have a viewing audience from all over the world, and I just want them to know we are thrilled to be here at the Marriott World Headquarters, and we are so appreciative that Marriott wanted to host us this year. It's really important, though, for me to acknowledge Marriott for embracing my vision of She Has a Deal well before it was just a concept, when it was just a concept. In my head and on paper, Marriott stepped up to financially support the development of this movement. So join us today in thanking Marriott for supporting the vision so we could all be here today watching these amazing pitches. Yeah. Now, I am extremely excited because for years I have been staying in Marriott hotels. And joining us today is the chairman of the board for Marriott International. You know, Marriott is the world's largest hospitality company with nearly 8,300 properties across 138 countries and territories with 30 brands. So please help me welcome David Marriott to She Has a Deal. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Have a seat.
Thank you.
So David, welcome to She Has a Deal. Have you heard about it before?
I have. Yeah, absolutely. As a founding sponsor, I better have heard.
Good. I'm glad I heard you talked about me at the board meeting.
Absolutely.
You talked about She Has a Deal at the board meeting. Miss Deborah Lee told me about that.
Yeah, she's a good friend and been a tremendous board member for many years, almost 20. So.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I was at an event that she put together a few weeks ago. And so it had me thinking about, they asked us some questions, I won't mention those, but it was, when did you first fall in love with, it was something else. But for me, it's like, when did I first fall in love with Marriott? And I thought about it, it was when I was in college. My first stay in Marriott was when I went to my sorority convention in San Francisco. And I saw your father and your grandfather in the picture, and I really fell in love when I opened up the bedside table and there was a Bible.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, this is an amazing brand. So I wanted today to just talk to you a little bit about the history and the legacy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm incredibly inspired and impressed by what your grandfather did and your father carrying a legacy, and now you. For our audience and our viewing members who may not know a little bit about the history, I'd like to understand a little bit, or share a little bit about where it all started. I mean, this root beer stand in Washington, D.C., coming from Utah. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. It's amazing what the little vision can do and grow into. So you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I would love to. And Tracy, thank you for having me on the show, and thank you for being here at our headquarters. It's an honor to host you. I'm going to start kind of at the beginning. My grandfather was born in the year 1900 in a little town outside of Ogden, Utah. He grew up on a farm. And after sixth grade, he had to leave school to go to work on the farm to help out. It was a beet farm, and he worked really hard. And when he turned 14, his father gave him the responsibility of looking after his sheep in the mountains of Utah in the summer months. And he'd sleep under the stars and was a real American cowboy in many ways. But he realized that he needed to have an education. And so he befriended a professor at Weber State University, which was in Ogden. It was a 2-year school at the time. And that professor gave him the opportunity to go to college and get his 2-year associate's degree. And then he transferred to the University of Utah and finished up his bachelor's And that's where he met my grandmother. And my grandmother was a brilliant person in her own right, and we don't talk enough about her, I don't believe. She was the youngest graduate at the University of Utah at the age of 19, was a double major in English and in Spanish. And they got married, and they packed up their little Model T Ford and drove 2,100 miles across the country to Washington, D.C. to open up what was their dream, a 9-seat root beer stand on the corner of 14th Street and Park Street in downtown Washington. They opened their restaurant in May of 1927, and root beer sold like crazy through the hot summer months. The humidity in D.C. makes people thirsty. And at the end of the summer, root beer sales sort of dropped off, and they started serving hot food in the restaurant and renamed it the Hot Shops. But they built their culture on opportunity and putting people first. And they believed in their associates. They believed in their associates as their most valuable asset. And my grandmother and my grandfather were true business partners. My grandmother collected all the sticky nickels at the end of the day from the root beer sales and deposited those nickels in the bank across the street. And she used to cook in their apartment across the street to provide food for their guests in the fall and in the winter months. And so she was really our first chief financial officer and our first executive chef.
See, that's the part of the story I really love.
Yeah.
Did you guys all hear that? There was a woman,
that's right,
who was at the table putting it all together and probably coming up some of the better ideas.
For sure, the better ideas. If you ask my father, he'll tell you my grandfather wouldn't have been the man that he became without her.
Yeah.
That she kept him in line and kept him motivated and on track. And so she was a real contributor and a real pioneer and trailblazer for a woman in 1927 to be on the forefront in education and on the forefront in business.
So there's a question I like to ask all of our guests, right? So at She Has a Deal, we believe that the world is yearning for the brilliance of women in hospitality. So I always ask this question. When more women are owning and developing Marriott hotels, the industry will fill in the blank.
The industry will thrive and go to new levels. I think one of the reasons we're such a big believer in your program is the opportunity it provides for women. Women have been at the forefront, as I talked about, right from the very beginning and remain so. And so we've been honored to be a partner from the beginning. And I think it's great to provide women and minorities with opportunity within our industry. We're one of the most diverse industries at the ground level, and as you move up through organizations, we become less and less diverse and less populated by women. We're proud to say that our board is 50% female or people of color, and 45% of our executives in our organization are female. But we need more, and we're going to keep working hard at it with great partners like you.
Thank you. Well, that's why Marriott's so successful. You're bringing women into the fold, right?
Absolutely.
I'll be talking with Noah later about bridging the gap. But that was one last question for you. We usually talk a little bit about the pitch, but I wanted to, talk about the legacy first. Yeah. What did you think about Miriam's pitch? I mean, what do you think about that independent hotel? I was thinking maybe a brand might help. I mean, what do you think?
I thought she did a great job delivering her pitch, and so she deserves a huge round of applause. Very well thought out, and she presented her case very well. But I agree with you that a brand would help her with that ADR growth that she is going to be relying on. And we have 30 tremendous brands at Marriott, so we would love to talk to her about that. And my partner in crime, Ann Birch, asked some very thoughtful questions, as did the rest of the panel. But I certainly think that brand influence would bring. Marriott Bonvoy, we have 180 million rewards members. That would definitely help in that ADR growth that they're looking for. And having that brand presence would also help in her raise efforts as well to get the capital necessary to move forward with the project. So,
I'm sure a lot of our brand partners would say the same as well. So thank you so much, David. It's a pleasure to meet you. I appreciate you.
It's an honor and pleasure to meet you and be with you. Good luck with the show, and good luck with providing more opportunities for women, something that we hugely believe in, and I know Noah will touch on bridging the gap. But what a great program that Marriott has put in place to help provide women and minorities opportunity in hotel ownership. We founded Bridging the Gap in 2022 with a fund of about $50 million to help get that effort off the ground. So it's really exciting.
Yeah, I'm honored to be on the advisory committee for Bridging the Gap.
Thank you for your support and for your efforts, and good luck today.
Thank you for coming, and hopefully you'll stay around.
Yeah, great to be with you.
We'll see you later.
Thanks, everybody.
So next up is pitch number 2, Jenny Jackman, the founder of JJ Jack Hotels. She's a director of construction at Sethi Management, Inc. Jenny will be pitching a ground-up development, a True by Hilton hotel in Redlands, California. Let's check her out.
Hi, my name is Jenny Jackman, and I am from San Luis Obispo, California. For me, She Has a Deal has been a really big deal because it's energized and activated some long dormant dreams that I had about being a developer, about being a real estate owner. And when I entered the hotel arena, I realized there was actual emphasis on helping women not just learn about development, but actually move toward leadership, move into ownership roles. And it's made me a believer again. It's made me think that somebody like me could actually do that. For me, it's just been a joy to be invited to the party to talk about things that matter toward real estate development. And so I'm just really grateful for all these women that want to talk about the same thing. And it's just a lot of fun.
Please welcome Jenny Jackman.
Hello. Welcome to True by Hilton in Redlands, California. I'm Jenny Jackman. I'm Director of Construction for a family office that develops and operates select service hotels in California. Right now, in my real life work, I'm actually working on a Marriott Courtyard, and it is actually out for bid, and I'm looking forward to seeing that come out of the ground soon. I'm also working on a Hyatt Place in another city in California. That one's actually in for permit, and I'm excited to see that one come to fruition as well. But today, I am very excited to be pitching a truly unique brand that is True by Hilton. This is a 90-key hotel. It's on an entitled site. So for me, when I found that out from the broker, I was like, wow, that means we're a lot of the way through approvals. In California, and I know it takes a long time anywhere, but in California, that can take 1-2 years to get to that point in approvals. So I was immediately excited. And the other thing is some of the unique characteristics of a True mean that you can build very efficiently. So compounding that time, compressing that timetable that's normally required to build something new, I can be quick open, end of 2024, and at a lower price too, at $198 per key. So that's all in, that's including land. So that's a very good deal, especially for a higher barrier to entry market like California. A couple of other things about True. The square footage ratio between the guest room and the public area is different. The rooms are smaller, the public area is larger, the lobby is significantly larger. Lots of amenities overlapping, very social, and it works to the profile of the guest, which is, multi-generational, business and leisure, et cetera. So again, quicker build. This is the business plan in a nutshell. 12-month build, late 2024 opening, ramp and optimize, and exit in year 5. So I wanted to get this number right out there. This is what I'm seeking, $6.2 million in equity. As of just a couple of days ago, we actually have this land under contract. So I'm pitching for real money. Yeah. So the 6.2 is 35% of the overall project cost of $17.8 million. And I just want to shout out to Samantha Huja at Greenberg Traurig. She is our really awesome luminary, one of the truly great hotel attorneys, and she helped me get through the PSA. Thank you, Samantha. Another big number in my underwriting, I'm seeing 21.59% internal rate of return. I'm also seeing 8.35 return cash on cash and a 2.5 multiple on invested capital. One more number, a lot of people are talking about cap rates, where are they going, where are they floating around. I'm using a 7 cap. All we can do is go to CoStar and project it out to the exit year, 2028. And I found that trending for economy and mid-scale is 7.3 cap. However, for upper mid-scale and upscale, 6.5. So I actually feel like I'm being relatively conservative using that 7 cap on a 5-year. Let's look at the capital stack. Again, 6.2 is the equity for partners and sponsor. And what I'm finding as I'm speaking with early conversations with people in finance and capital markets is that deals are getting done with that 65% roughly split in half, with about half of that going for like C-PACE funding, and the other half maybe some kind of an SBA local lender. So that's the way I'm seeing that happen. Uses, land 2.8, again, that's entitled. There's great value there. Hard cost 12.6. I do have a 5% contingency in hard costs. Soft cost 1.6. I do have a 2% contingency in soft costs. I've got 810 earmarked for FF&E and pre-opening. Again, 17.8 for the total project cost at 198 per key. And I just want to shout out here to Kara Randall. She is at Hilton and she's been my coach. And we haven't yet factored in any of the below market incentives. So I'm talking to her about that. She's helping me. And so it could possibly be a little bit lower than that. And thanks, Kara, for all your help. She's been awesome. Let's take a look at the competitive set. So I spoke with people inside Hilton, including the brand reps, and also our wonderful luminary, Hannah at STR. She put together this custom competitive set for me. And everybody agreed that I talked to, this is the right competitive set. These are all upper mid-scale properties. And so you'll see these are along Interstate 10, and our property is on the far east side of the competitive set. And then just a word about penetration. When I spoke with the brand reps and studied the development deck, Trues on average ramp really fast. Like we're talking a few months, not years. So in my projections, again, I feel like I'm being relatively conservative. We're showing RPI at 102.7 in year 4. This is a graphic depicting the Western Connected Freight Corridor. You may be wondering why I am showing this. It's because logistics is a huge industry in this arena, in this part of Southern California, especially along the I-10. What we're seeing on the far left is the largest port by far in North America. That's LA and Port of Long Beach together. And on the far right, you're seeing the Port of Houston, which is the second largest port in North America. And they're connected by Interstate 10. And you're seeing the mega regions along the way. And we're in a sweet spot where 2 of these mega regions overlap. And I also pulled the Caltrans number from the part of I-10 that brushes right by the front of our site. It's 150,000 vehicles per day. That's a big number. So we're taking a little bit closer look now, zooming in at this I-10 area where all this industry around the logistics industry is happening. We see the port. We see Redlands. These are about roughly 70 miles apart. All these ghosted areas, this is fascinating to me. This is a satellite image. And all these ghosted areas are the reflective white roofs of the millions and millions of square feet of logistics centers, distribution, storage, manufacturing, et cetera. This is a hotspot in Ontario, a few miles away from us. And then the hotspot of San Bernardino Redlands right here. And then if you were to keep traveling on the I-10, and you would dive down through that mountain pass and go into Coachella Valley, which is another high growth area that's pushing up against Redlands from the other direction. This is an interesting graphic too. So the red portions are showing where there was actually net loss in population during COVID. Those are the big coastal cities in California. And people were migrating out, again, our area to Riverside, San Bernardino. And then the graph on the left is just showing the sustained growth that was happening anyway over the decades in that area. Let's look at some local demand generators. There's a number of institutions of higher learning. There's tourist activity, the great outdoors. There's a really fun farmers market. It's a big deal if you have a farmers market in California. They have a really nice one. Let's talk about Esri for just a second. Huge multinational company. They're in the geospatial technology industry, and they have their fingers in like everybody and everything. And they have a large learning center less than a mile from our site. They bring people in constantly from all their clients. And so this is a really good possibility for ongoing business as well. So those demand generators just depicted here are just kind of clustered right around us. And then zooming in a little bit more on our site, there's this really cool little coffee shop, Vintage, right across the street from us. The day I was there, it was just rocking. There was like all kinds of people going in and out all day. And then 5-minute walk, there's another shopping center, really nice, new, anchored by Sprouts and some other national retailers. And then you can see Esri on the far left there, their campus. Let's take a quick look at what happens to $100,000. I'm projecting that nothing in the first year and a half, because that's our build period. Then over the course of 4 years, this investor would receive distributions from cash flow. That averages out at about 8% a year. And then in year 5, there'd be that capital event with the sale. And another $200,000 would come back to that investor. So $253,000 back to the investor. And with that, I think I spoke really fast, but I will end there and turn over the floor for questions.
To the center, so answer questions. Okay, so love the presentation.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of these ladies. I'm so proud of them.
I think I've driven past her
This
site.
is the world's greatest mentor right here. She's so awesome.
Got to know every single one of them, and they've all soared in our program. So we're going to start with questions.
I was just saying,
Tiffany.
I think I've driven past your site before.
You probably have if you've been
This is
on I-10.
Yeah, this is an iconic location. I think demand drivers are really strong. Initial question is, keeping it under $200,000 a door, all in California, seems very ambitious.
Yes, it does.
I believe you, but it seems ambitious. But I'm sure you could do it. But again, I guess I want to know a little bit about your contingencies, and then also, it seems like you have an exit strategy by year 5. If you can't get out by year 5, I just want to make sure that there's reserves for renovation programmed in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll be doing normal reserves of at least 4% a year, maybe 5. So what I've been doing is speaking to a general contractor who has built a TRU. There's only two operating TRUs in California right now. So the general contractor that I've been working with built one of them, and he's working on another one right now. So he's tuned into the local costs. And I'm hearing different things from different people, but what he told me is that his costs have come down 4% in the last couple of years since he finished the last TRU. And that the demand for subcontractors, there's a lot of people bidding things out there, but not really moving on stuff. And so he's got subcontractors coming to him, and it's giving him a lot of opportunity to really work with them and buy things down. So he was confident. He actually told me $125 a key. I actually put it $128 a key, and that's all. It's a little bit different because the TRU, you may know. Are you in Hilton or?
No.
I'm sorry.
She's.
Okay.
But
so
I understand the space.
Yeah. So the mids. It's really cool. The TRU, they have a package of procurement for FF&E that you can just get through them, and so that's really manageable as well. There's not a lot of risk in not knowing what those costs are. So he's confident with the numbers he gave me, and I think there's float in there. So we know a lot of the other. When it's entitled, you already know some of the other risks and can get ahead of them. So I feel confident in my number.
That's great. So I have a follow-up question because I had the same question as Tiffany, but have you run a sensitivity, assuming you blow through your contingency, just in case? I love the confidence. It sounds like you've done a lot of diligence, but I'm just curious if you've looked at a downside scenario.
Yeah, up to like $1 million over. So I do have some other float in there besides that $3,000 per key. I've got a $400,000 cushion that I don't really know what it is, just like a bucket for different things in there as well. So yes.
Great job.
Thank you.
So you said that you have it under contract. What is your due diligence time?
45. Well, it was 50, but we're down to 46.
And
but you're not counting the days.
Tick, 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 tick. CPACE and SBA. So SBA loans, are you going to close without having the financing in place?
I believe that is probably the way it would come down. We'd probably buy the land, continue within the drawings, and looking forward to the time when timing it right when the drawings are done, and you can actually pull a permit. Then you can get that construction loan.
And you have the land under contract for $2.8 million.
Correct.
That seems like a good price in California for that acreage.
So some people would say that's high, but
I'm from
It's
Miami.
on the
That's not-
I-10.
That is not high.
It's on the I-10 and it's entitled. I think it's a great deal.
Not high, yeah. But what happens, so do you have a contingency plan if you can't raise the money to build the hotel? You own the real estate.
Own the real estate and keep working on it and put it up for sale in the meantime.
Or raise the money.
Yes.
Or raise the money with.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Either or.
Because SBA financing can take a very, very long time.
Yes. So we've talked about some possible scenarios.
Gotcha.
Jenny, to have an entitled site in California is pretty amazing, so congratulations.
Thanks.
The 7% exit cap rate seems aggressive, particularly in this interest rate environment, and for, right, true is mid-scale, correct?
So it is, but it isn't. But okay.
Talk a little bit about that, right? It goes back to the question about sensitivity analysis. Did you play with different exit rates and how that would impact things?
Yeah, so I mean, my initial underwriting was at a 9, and then when I was working with the broker, he gave me some selective stuff from CoStar, and I saw that 7 across the board in the area. And I asked him, he said, no, I think they're 8. So I went to some other people and pulled CoStar, but no, it's a 7 now. And then I looked at it projected out to 2028, and the breakout was kind of, mid-scale economy and upscale or upper mid-scale. So True performs more like, I mean, I'm telling you, there's a bunch of Hilton people in here, performs more like an upper mid-scale, and depending on what's in the market and the age of it, can perform even more better. So yes, I feel confident in those.
So that's my question. I noticed, do you know what I didn't see the RPI index that you're projecting for the property. 103?
Yeah.
All right, so
year 4, though. That's in year 4.
That's good.
Depending on, obviously, I was pushing ADR a little bit more than occupancy.
And it seemed like you were separated out. Again, entitled site, California, check, 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 right? Run at it. But it seemed like this wasn't in the cluster where the other hotels were on the other side of I-10. Can you give me a little color of how the easement works? Is the exit right there? Or do you have to drive past everybody else in order to get to your hotel? Give me an idea.
So it depends on which way you're going. If you're headed east, you exit right there. There's a cute little downtown. You go under the underpass, which is, by the way, I went to drive because I was worried about the underpass. It's really new. It's wide. It's bright. There were no folks that are unsheltered under there, which happens a lot. It was clean. It was beautiful. It was bright. And so you come off and you go under there, and then the site's just right there. And then the other direction, you have to travel probably a quarter mile. But the other ones, the cluster you're talking about, they're a quarter mile away. The first ones were the Home 2, and there's a couple of other things down there. You have to travel further on the streets, and the Home 2 is like back in through a parking lot and stuff. So it's actually really good access.
How high is the overpass? And are you going to sit above it? Or?
How high? Oh, so the sign band is right here.
Okay.
When
so
you're going by.
You'll be able to see the sign right.
You're like
you exit off.
35, 40 feet below where the ground level of the hotel.
And what was the age of the other properties in the marketplace?
So in the competitive set, you've got one that's like 2006. You've got another one that's, there are 3 that are mid-2010s. And then the newest one is the 2022 Home 2 that opened that's just a quarter mile away.
And any idea in terms of other hotel growth coming into the market?
Yeah, so there were a couple of things that had been announced, but I called the planner, and he said that they have been sitting there since 2019, and there's no activity. So other than the ones that opened last year, nothing on the radar.
And are those in your segment, same segment? The ones that are
one
in
is
the pipeline?
one is the Home 2, and then there's a couple of other ones that opened.
Can you just talk a little bit? You mentioned the 12-month timeline.
Right.
Really, really fast. And you mentioned in the presentation that there are some aspects about True that help facilitate that fast timeline. Can you just talk a little bit about how you feel confident in that timeline?
Sure. So I've built a lot of stuff for 22 years, and the True is just a really tight package, and it's designed to be efficient for both building and operating, and we're going straight protocol. The plans that went through the Planning Commission, straight protocol. So that helps. And then the other thing is just the way that the structure is actually designed. There can be issues there if the structural engineer isn't fully on board, with shear walls and all that kind of stuff. So again, straight protocol. It's already designed to be that way anyway. And then
Is there any modular
No, this one is definitely not modular. In fact, well, that's another story. And the other question, so the timeline. So I think I'm just working with the owner that I work with to open a Hampton. He's done a couple of those before in 13, 14 months. If you're ready, you've got good drawings, you've been working to value engineer with the contractor ahead of time, it can definitely be done. In the development deck, I mean, you read 9 to 11 months or 12 months. So I fudged a little bit longer with the 12 months, knowing how things will happen in California.
And with supply chain, maybe?
Yeah. So I feel like I've been talking to the contractor about some.
The electrical panels are a year out right now.
Right.
To get anything in there. So if you need a sub panel,
right,
you're a year minimum from the day you order it.
Exactly. So what you do, because we're doing this on some other hotels, in California you do what's called applicant design. You do not let the electrical utility do your design and do it all. You go in, you try to control as much as you can, and then you hound them constantly to make sure that they're going to tie in when they said they were. Yeah. It's tough though. That is definitely a risk.
Oh, Jenny, your budget didn't have an estimate for FF&E, but on your slide you showed roughly $9,000 a key. Is that the prototype package? Is that what it's intended to cost?
No, that's other
Sorry,
things.
we are out of time, Jenny.
Okay.
Sorry, Jim, we're out of time.
That's
Good
correct.
question, though.
It's in the hard cost.
Thank you,
You're
Jenny.
welcome. Thanks, everybody.
So Jenny's going to go back and have a chat with Genesis, but it's your turn, audience. Once again, you have 10 minutes to vote and comment. Scan the QR code on the screen for pitch 2 and go on our platform and rate Jenny's pitch. And then remember to come back after the last pitch around 5:15 p.m. Eastern to vote for your favorite team. Now Jenny is going to catch up with Genesis backstage, and I'm going to have a Shad talk with the Senior Vice President of Development for Hilton, Bill Fortier, after we hear from our sponsor.
Jenny, you did an amazing job.
Thank
You're
you.
already breaking barriers and being a female in construction. I wanted to know, well, you know, I have no doubt you'll do it again in the hospitality space. What has been like the biggest takeaway as you pivot into hotel ownership?
Confidence in the possibility of like being an owner. You know, even though I've dreamt about that all the time, it's like, really? I still don't know, you know, if that could actually happen.
Yeah.
So, but I'm overcoming that with every one of these things that I do. So
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
possible.
the judges asked you some really great questions. Any like key takeaways that make you think about, especially with your budget, that makes you want to go back to redefine that with the current environment right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's risks. They brought up some of them. And so I think that just staying on top of them all the time, you know, going back around all the time as you're moving toward breaking ground. So, but yeah, I mean, those are real. All the risks they brought up are real.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, you plan in your timeline, right?
For sure.
In your opinion, what is the #1 need to support more women in hospitality like yourself?
Grassroots, two things. Grassroots programs, and I think those are happening. In just talking with the early careerists, I can see, you know, they've got skills that I never had. And, and so that's fantastic. But then money is the other thing.
That's the #1.
Yeah.
That's what we all need,
Help
right?
with money. Yep, that's it. Where the rubber hits the road.
What's your biggest takeaway with She Has a Deal? How do they help you today?
Connections. You know, I've just talked to so many industry people, and I have connections now that I can definitely reach out to people and say, hey, can you help me with this? Give me this statistic, give me this feedback. I just emailed the brand rep, Andrew. Thanks, Andrew Harp, this morning on a couple things. He got right back to me. So amazing people.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. You did amazing. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, let's take a look at one of our founding sponsors, Hilton.
Our team members represent hundreds of nationalities and span multiple generations. We're dedicated to creating the best, most inclusive home away from home for all of our team members. We're doing this by listening and learning from our team members' unique perspectives and empowering our global team member resource groups, which build communities across the diverse segments of our team and share their unique perspectives as we design our business strategy. We're proud of the meaningful work we've done over the past decade and honored to have received recognition for our efforts. But we know there is more work to be done. We believe that Hilton is an engine of opportunity and a beacon of hope for everyone we serve. We're so appreciative of all our partners and our team members who are with us on this journey and look forward to our bright future together.
All right, I'm sitting here with the Senior Vice President of Development for North America and South America, Bill Fortier. Bill.
Hello.
I'm so glad to see you.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
You have been here for 4 years.
Yes.
So you guys have to know that, I'm going to tell the audience. Bill, you were the first person
Yes.
that I pitched She Has a Deal to.
You were really good at that pitch,
I was
too.
good at that pitch.
Yes.
And so I just have to thank you again and
Welcome.
again, because if it wasn't for you saying yes immediately, I wouldn't have the confidence, to pull all this together. I didn't come from the industry. So when we talked about this and the vision, and you just saw Jenny pitch, what was going through your mind if you think back to that lunch we had in your office?
Well, I was completely blown away by you and the pitch almost from the very beginning. We go to a lot of conferences. There's a whole bunch of panels that talk about ways to get women and minorities into the business. But you were doing it in such a different way that was actually going to educate and facilitate for these women. That it was just, we had to be a part of that, because if you could make that work, it was going to change the game forever. And really, I think you've done it, Tracy.
Are we changing the game?
You are changing the game.
Jenny's property is under contract, Bill.
Yes, I know. It's fantastic. True is a fantastic brand. Been there from the start of it. We've got 35 already approved this year. We got 237 open. We have another 246 in the pipeline. And everything that Jenny talked about was absolutely correct. That deal is going to rock.
So those deal metrics
Yes.
that she projected, they're in the range. You believe that
Absolutely.
This is a good deal.
I think she's a little
that
light
she
on the
invested.
ADR and the
You think she's
RevPAR
light?
index. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the index, she came in under
Yeah.
100 for the RPI in the first few years.
Yeah.
So let's talk about how Hilton can help a woman like Jenny, Jenny has been working in construction her entire career, and she saw She Has a Deal and thought, wow, I want to own hotels.
Yep.
I've been working for owners and developers for years. It's my turn. I want to step up. I want to generate the wealth. So how is Hilton going to be able to help Jenny be successful in closing this deal? I mean, so the land is going to be closing, but it has to be constructed, and we're in a very rough capital markets environment. So can we talk about that a little bit?
Well, we're going to help as much as we can. And the great thing is Jenny has a fantastic mentor, Kara Randall, in our group. And Kara is tenacious. She's an incredible woman. She knows the industry really well, and she will fight everywhere to make sure this deal happens. What we try to do is tailor whatever incentives or packages we're going to provide to the deal specifically, the positioning, all the stuff that's happening to get it done. What does it really need? Does it need help with financing? Does it need more capital? Does it need partners? So we'll find, as we get into all the information and numbers, ways to help, and we will provide some incentives to help get this done, just as we did with one of your first properties, just as we did with a number of other owners here as well. So, yeah.
Okay. So for those who are watching who are probably thinking, well, I want to be like Jenny. I mean, I want to find some land. I want to, develop a hotel. What advice would you give them? Where should they start with respect to working with Hilton?
Well, first of all, get a hold of one of our development reps. We've got to find out, is the brand you're looking at, or what brand is available? Well, how can we help you get started in this? And then you really need some partners. Now, you can go through the SHAD program, and you get a lot of education there, but you need some money. So Jenny's obviously got some money. She's going to buy some land even before we're ready to go, so that helps so much. These are very capital-intensive projects, and as you said, right now, it's hard to get financing unless you've got a group that has done it before, that understands real estate development and operations as well. So you need a team together that knows what they're doing.
So what do you think about my ideal, my strategy with the SHAD Prosperity Fund?
Yes.
And, raising equity that can help give the women a jump start on the capital?
It's absolutely crucial, because if you can get a jump start on the capital, others will follow. You just need that seed money to get going. It's so hard to get money today for the business. But this runs in cycles. Another year or so, things are going to be great again. Interest rates will come down. Construction costs will come down. And it sounds like it's already happening in Southern California. And then it just becomes a lot more viable.
So what are you seeing as far as deals getting funded for new construction? Or how are developers getting them financed?
We talk to our owners all the time. And recently, in the past few months, it's very, very difficult to do. Local regional banks are in trouble because of the SVB disaster. The economy is going to soften here. We just announced our earnings, and they were fantastic, but our stock went down $4.50 or whatever it was yesterday because the street and financial institutions realize we're at the top of the cycle. Things are going to slow down a little bit. So you have to be patient, and you've got to get a lot of equity together. Because if you've got the equity, you've got some partners that will help you get it done, that know what they're doing, you're going to find the deal.
Well, Bill, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much. Jenny will be coming to talk to you.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to get ready for pitch number 3.
Do it.
So coming to the stage is Tamara Nall from Amara Hotels. She is going to be pitching a microtel by Wyndham Hotel in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So let's check her out.
My name is Dr. Tamara Nalazani, and I hail from the great city of Atlanta, Georgia. I was inspired to start my journey in hotel ownership because I want to leave a legacy for my children. And when I did research across all the real estate classes, hotel ownership stood out among the rest. The SHAD program has impacted me in more ways than I could imagine. Before starting, I knew zero, absolutely nothing about hotel ownership and investment. And since being in the program, I've learned things like how to build a capital stack, how to create a thesis statement, and how to do research to make sure that the deal works for both me and my investors. Our number one priority for our investors is cash flow. We want assets that are going to cash flow and provide a return for them as soon as possible. Cash flow, let's go.
Here comes Tamara Nall.
Hello, everyone. How are you? This is actually not the updated presentation from yesterday. It's okay. These things happen. It's the one with the blue cover.
So while we're waiting for Tamara's updated presentation, just want everyone to remember to rate each and every team. You have 10 minutes after each pitch to rate them, and then come back at 5:15, approximately Eastern, running a little bit behind, and vote for your favorite pitch for today, because the winner of the most viewers' choice, they will receive additional prizes in addition to the $50,000. So you might want to get that too.
Yes, 50,000 would be great.
All right, so are we ready for Tamara's presentation? All right, let's go.
Oh.
Go, Tam.
Thank you.
There you are. That's why it's changing picture.
It's okay. Things happen. Oh. I actually have my laptop in the hard drive too, so I don't know. PowerPoint. Yep. It's the one we practiced yesterday. Yes.
and gentlemen, give us 1 minute. Technical problem. The show will start again in 1 minute.
You know, the unexpected happens, so you have to be okay with that. So hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Tamara Nall, a.k.a., as you'll soon find out, Dr. Cash Flow, let's go. So a little bit about myself. I have been an entrepreneur since I was itty-bitty and actually made my first $30,000 at the age of 12. So I definitely know how to find opportunity when it exists. I also have always been in love with hotels, particularly growing up and being able to stay in the beds and walk into the lobby. Also, while I was in business school, Hilton International allowed me to intern with them. So I actually moved there during the summer to the UK and Ireland and traveled to their different properties to actually conduct a feasibility study for them at their different properties. Now, as a first-time hotel owner, you're probably thinking, how can I make this happen? So over the past year, I have actually been going to every conference. Alice, Hunter, AHOA, and we'll be going to NABHOOD later this year. And I have built an advisory committee. And these individuals actually represent over 100 years of combined hotel experience. That includes conversion, acquisition, development, property management, financing, you name it, they know how to do it. And in fact, Amit Patel and his wife invited me to Colorado over the next year so that I can look at their property because they actually are making $2 million more in revenue than they had budgeted. So about the deal. We plan to acquire a microtel in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where we're going to capitalize on its cash flow and positive operating income with a focus on revenue growth and operational efficiency. As you probably know, microtel is the ideal hotel for a first-time hotel investor because there's low cost to run it and it is a very simple model. As well, the microtel customer is very loyal and very consistent. I would argue among the Wyndham brands, it probably has more loyalty and consistency than the others. So about the hotel, 59 beds, 4 floors. It was built in 2008 and renovated in 2019. Over the past several years, the owners have been making updates as well, so it's in pristine condition. The hotel amenities are a business center, a meeting space that sits about 6 people, a fitness center, breakfast area, and free bus, truck, RV parking. The purchase price is about $5 million, and when you think about an estimated PIP of about $8,000 per key, which we put in there, although the broker said that there isn't a need for a PIP, but we want to be, conservative and look at that. As well as closing costs, the total cost will be about $5.9 million. So what are the demand generators? That's very important. As you can see here, the majority of the demand generators are within 1.8 and 6.4 miles. But there are 4 in particular that I want to focus on. Number 1, the University of Alabama for you Roll Tide fans. For every home game, Tuscaloosa generates about $17.5 million. As well, they have been focusing on recruiting out-of-state students. So now their population is about 60% of their student population are from out of state. What does that mean? That means their prospective students, their parents, their alumni that are coming in. They have sports camps during the summer. It is a great, great demand generator. During the months of March to May, you have a lot of prom and graduation season. And then August to November, you have all of these home games. And as we know, there are 18-time national champs. The second demand generator, thank you, so you got some fans out there, is a $60 million mixed-use development that will include commercial and residential and have an outside concert area. The third demand generator is a partnership with the state of Alabama and the Saban Center to create a state-of-the-art STEM center that will be for youth all over the state of Alabama. They should actually call it STEAM because not only is it science, it's the arts as well. And then the fourth generator that I want to focus on is the Mercedes-Benz plant. They have plans for extending both their facilities, and that's going to bring jobs. As they do that extension, it's going to require consultants to come in, which will have demand generator as well. Okay? Next is the comp set. So if you look at the comp set, we have here Best Western, Ramada, Days Inn, Hampton, Country Inn, Holiday Inn, and Comfort Suites. And as we go to the next slide, I'll talk about how this microtel performs to the competitive set. Another thing besides the microtel being consistent and loyal with their customers, they also, if you have a good customer service strategy, you can actually get some of that middle market and up customer to come to your facility as well. So if we look at the microtel performance, this actual location to the comp set, as you all know, that at the 100% line, that's the fair share for your property. If you look at the occupancy and particularly the RevPAR, you'll see that this location is only operating at 75% of what its fair share should be. So what does that mean? Opportunity. And even if you keep the ADR the same, your RevPAR, of course, is going to go up. If you look at the comp set at the microtel, look at this. This is almost a $20 difference in the RevPAR from this location to the comp set. And then if you even compare this microtel to other microtels within the U.S. And Canada, you'll see there's potential even there. Opportunity, it screams opportunity. Okay? So, as I kind of hinted at, our strategy here is a long-term hold. Our investors who have provided a very serious interest in this property and in this deal, they want cash flow. They have money sitting in their bank accounts because they are a little nervous about investing in the stock market right now, and they want some returns that they feel are stable. So everybody wants to compare now to some years, so we're using 10 years, but this is, everyone remember, a long-term hold. Year to year, we will evaluate whether or not it makes sense to sell, but for now, it's long-term. And there are two things, let me go back, sorry about that. Two things that I keep pressing the wrong one, that I want to focus on are the revenue. So based on our strategy, the revenue will double, and then based on the net operating income, that will show a multiple of 2.5. So how are we going to do that? Number one, we're going to increase our global sales. As you know, Wyndham has an outstanding revenue management system. As well, they also have a remote select services program where they can look at different activities and events that are happening and feed that and work with us to drive that to our property. We're also going to use social media. There is no social media. Yes, TikTok and IG. If you're not familiar, TikTok users 40 and above actually represent 20% of TikTok. Are they posting? No, but they're definitely trolling. And we're going to make sure that when they're riding through Tuscaloosa, microtel comes up. We're also going to look at customer segmentation and, of course, on the operations side. So we want to be innovative. So there are two things that we're going to do. Number one, we're going to serve as our own bank. As I was building the capital stack and looking at the debt servicing, it was eating up all of our cash flow, all of our income. So we're going to pool our resources and go back old school and put in a cash value and serve as our own bank. It's tried and true, and quite honestly, after going to the conferences, particularly AHOA, it's something that people advise. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set aside a pool of equity for employees. So that housekeeper that has to keep a clean room, guess what? He is going to have pride in that property because he knows he owns it. That housekeeper, thank you. That housekeeper that has to keep the lawn immaculate, guess that lawn keeper that has to keep the lawn immaculate, she's going to do a great job because she knows she owns it. So again, our investment strategy is a long-term hold. We'll continue to look at, evaluate whether or not we should sell, focus on year-over-year cash flow. Our multiple invested capital is 1.72, and our range of cash-on-cash return, depending on the year, starting with 5.4 in the beginning and 13.2 if you look at year 10, averages about 8.3. Our risk, of course, oversaturation with other brands, but we reached out to the Chamber of Commerce, and over the next year or two, they're going to have about 200 beds. Pandemics, but guess what? This brand withstands that. So again, cash flow, let's go. For me as the adult entrepreneur and the 12-year-old, thank you.
Just in the nick of time.
In the nick of time.
Tamara. Just in the nick of time. Tamara, my Bo sister, are you ready for your questions?
Oh, here we go.
Okay. Judges. Let's go with Tiffany. You want to start, Tiffany?
I love the energy. I love the employee equity. I think it's brilliant. I have a confession to make. I was a director of sales on property for many, many years. So I love that you are focusing on the sales effort. I think doubling the RevPAR within 10 years, I think, is ambitious. This property is under-penetrating, and it could be great opportunity. It probably is, but there could also be some issues. And that's what I wanted to try to dig in. The property is about 15 years old. I'm going to defer to my good friend Chip to see if in the life cycle that is a long time for a hotel of that segment to be in the system, and if that's potentially maybe one of the issues of the property under-penetrating the market.
What's the question, Tiffany?
The under-penetration and the issues, potential issues or opportunities around that.
Yes.
And the age of the property, if that's potentially.
Do you know why it's under-penetrating?
Yeah, do you want to talk about?
Yes, I will. So we have done mystery shopping, and so the current owners, they actually do have access to the revenue management system and the other resources of Wyndham, but they're not using it. I actually grew up in Alabama. My dad used to preach in Tuscaloosa, so I'm well connected there, and we actually connected with a former general manager who kind of like talks us through, that, and we'll continue to do that. Also, I think that there's just some opportunity that is untapped. I thought that my numbers were pretty conservative, etc. And I just think that there are some opportunities. From an ADR standpoint, is doing quite well. And I firmly believe that we have to be involved in the communities in which we live, work, and serve. And so we're going to get right in there. The University of Alabama community, right there with Stillman College, university community, and say that we are a part of this community. And so staying with us means that you're staying with somebody that has a love for the local environment.
Beth.
You mentioned that you're going to be your own bank.
Yes.
So that means you're funding the $5 million purchase price.
The 5.9, yes.
5.9. How are you going to do that?
Through my investors. So I put out an interest call, and so we have about already 60 committed investors with a minimum of $50,000. And the type of investor that has committed so far actually is like a corporate executive or an entrepreneur who actually has money sitting in the bank. Right now, they're really unclear about the economy. They really don't want to put their money, so it's sitting in a money market or a cash account. And if you look at the average 90-day T-bill you can know, like for a savings account, that's about 0.85% return over 10 years. If you look at a bond, that's a little bit less than 2%. So even if you look at the S&P, which is over 12% adjusted for inflation, it's the perception that people have with the uncertainty about the economy. So they have money sitting, and they're very, very interested in investing in something that they feel is a little bit more solid than the stock market right now.
So what preferred return are you going to offer the investors?
8% with a 80-20 split.
Thank you.
Yes.
Jim.
Could you tell me what you did at age 12 to make $30,000?
Absolutely. So first of all, my parents didn't believe in allowance. They said you get free room and board and food, that's all you're going to get. So my dad worked at a meat packing company as an auditor and a human resource manager. And one weekend he had to go in and there were all these boxes. And so I asked him what it was. He said they were invoices. And I said, well, if a customer has a question, what happens? And he said the accounting clerk comes out and just looks until, at that time she finds it. And so I said, ding, 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 money, money, money. And so I pitched to him and to his manager. And so he had a red and white truck. Every week he would come home, bring boxes of invoices. And then after I finished my homework, I would watch TV and just sort them. And then on the weekend, go and file them. My first employee was my sister, and we debate whether she quit or I fired her, but regardless. So I made my first $30,000. He helped me pay taxes, and there we were.
Well done.
Thank you.
So, Jim, about the hotel, do you have a question about the hotel? But of course, investors need to know who they're working with, right?
Yes.
That's right. So the hotel was built in 2008. We're in 23 now. We're 15 years in. What is the term of the franchise agreement you'll get at acquisition? And then also fast forward 10 years from now, right?
Yes.
The asset will be 25 years old. We've got aggressive rate and occupancy projections, which I get, but think about, right, kind of the renovation now and then, say, 10 years from now when we think about cycles.
Sure. So to answer your first question, I have talked to the relicensing office, and they're going to grant a 20-year license. Unfortunately, because it's an acquisition, it can't be the MOTA, which is kind of like, the new microtel concept. But our plan is to just take really good care of the property. And again, although it's a long-term hold, we're going to evaluate year by year whether or not it makes sense, to sell. And our plan is to work with Wyndham, which they're very communicative, is to see what it makes sense for our investors given the age of the property.
Some of them are communicative.
Some
okay.
of them
And then if I may, just, I forgot the question. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
And some of the height is not communicative.
Why don't we go to Chip now, since he represents
Yeah, just real
Wyndham.
quick. You're right that you can't be a MOTA, but you can upgrade to a MOTA. So when the broker said, don't spend the money, I think all of us on the panel will completely disagree with that. You have a 15-year-old box, spend the money. It's a wood stick-built construction. You need to go in there and you need to renovate it. So I'd put more contingency in there to actually renovate it to the MOTA standards, because you could have a new building there. My question is, 15-year-old box, sometimes the market moves. And that's my question. Has the market moved from where this microtel is, or is it still at Main and Main and still a good location to drive it? Because you aren't getting the 100% penetration that you need to get. Is it because the market moved? I agree the owner's not using the tool, so that's great. So there's upside there. But I just want to see where the market is.
Yeah. So first, to address your first comment, we did put in the estimate for a renovation. I didn't go with what the broker said, because I know even when you have an acquisition, you should update. In terms of where the market moves, so again, I know Tuscaloosa, it really is a university town. I think we're going to get in there and see some day one low-hanging fruit changes that we can make and some upgrades that we can make, and then have a long-term strategy. My sister actually recently went there for homecoming. The entire city was sold out. There was nothing available. And pretty much whenever there is, some big event, like I said, proms, concerts, etc., games, the availability is not there.
The sister you fired?
This is a sister. We're still best friends,
Just
though.
making sure you're still talking.
Ann has a question.
Yeah, so great energy. I love your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
question for you. I know you've mentioned that the investors you've talked to, you think are interested in a long-term hold, but that is a fairly long time for most typical investors. How much have you discussed that long-term hold with them, and have you had any discussions? Are they going to expect puts so that they can exit even if you're not ready to exit?
Correct, and yes, and yes. So on the first one, most of the investors that have committed are other entrepreneurs like I am. I'm a federal contractor. You know, that is my company. It does very well. It runs without me, which is why I can be here presenting. And so they are too. So they want to diversify their portfolio. They want to make sure that they are doing more than just like their federal contracting company or, you know, their business. And then on the second one, yes, there will be an opportunity for people to come out. I mean, it's not going to be rolling, if you will, but I believe just like if you own a company, as an investor you own, you got to be passionate about it. If at some point somebody isn't passionate about it or into the deal, even if they're a passive LP, then we'll have a conversation and I'll work with the lawyers in advance to make sure that we have the right exit for them.
Okay, and you're allocating funds to make sure that those are available if and when?
Correct. We're allocating funds for that, and then a really big thing that I want to focus on, that since I was kind of rushing through with the time, is there will be an allocation for the employee ownership as well.
That was my next question.
Yeah, oh, okay. So there'll be the employee ownership. And people might ask the question, well, wait, if you have ownership for the employees, does that take away from the return on the investors? No, you want to know why? Because to replace an employee can cost anywhere from 50% more than 200% more. So by actually having some kind of retention mechanism like phantom stock for the employees, they're going to make more money than replacing the employees with the retention problem.
And how much are you allocating for these employees?
10%.
That is our time. Thank you, judges. Tamara.
Yay.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Very good. Love that. Okay, so it's rinse and repeat, right? Don't forget to scan the barcode so that you can rate Tamara's presentation. And then also don't forget to come back around 5:15 Eastern. I might need to update that time. But you will come back to that same QR code and vote for your favorite team, because that team can win an additional prize in addition to the $50,000 in deal equity that we're giving out today. We'll be giving out tomorrow, that is. So Genesis is going to catch up with Tamara backstage. We're going to hear from one of our sponsors, and then I get the pleasure of talking to one of our first SHAD deal makers, Amina Gilliard.
Awesome. Tamara, aka Dr. Cashflow. I love it. I love your pitch. I know there's so many brands to choose from. What made you choose Wyndham and the microtel concept?
So Wyndham has been just so awesome throughout the process. They have programs that are specifically targeted towards minority and women investors. And although this will be an acquisition, so I won't get key money, I will still have access to all of their resources. I mean, everybody is available, from development to relicensing to the executives. I mean, Jeff and I email. Like, how often can you have access to a CEO like that? When we visited their office, he sat there and he actually stood next to me and put his hand on my shoulder. I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is so awesome. So, I mean, Microtel and Wyndham are great brands.
I love that. And I wanted you to elaborate a little bit more on employee ownership. I love that. Why is that so important?
Because you really want people, you know, first of all, I said in my video that you want to build a legacy. And I believe that having some kind of structure that has stock, phantom stock for our employees, helps them to build legacy. They can go home and tell their children and their grandchildren, guess what? When they drive past that microtel, that they own a part of it. And it keeps them there, you know? It's like they won't jump for, you know, just extra pay, because they know, guess what? I own this, and we're going to involve them in any recommendations they have to improve on the revenue and operational side. So it really is a retention play. And the industry, as well as many industries, is really suffering from keeping employees. So I think this is going to be a great concept, and I'm very, very excited.
I love it. Okay, so I loved about your pitch where you talked about social media, and you talked about TikTok. Are you going to be like the face of the TikTok page?
Oh, Lord. Well, you know what? I'm one of those trolls, too. I get on there, and I just scroll, and I actually learn a lot from TikTok. I think that there is this perception that there's a certain age demographic, including mine, that isn't on TikTok. We're on TikTok. We just don't let people know.
Yeah.
So, yes. And I know some of the people out in the audience are on TikTok, too.
Yeah.
So we are just going to capitalize on that, and yes, I'm going to be active in that as well.
I love that. I think that's so important. I love your energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I wish you the best of luck.
All right, awesome.
Now we'll take a look at one of our sponsors, Choice Hotels.
Only one woman for every 9.4 men holds investment or development positions in the hospitality industry, and the number of female hotel owners is not representative of the industry's diverse consumers. This is because female entrepreneurs have access to less financing than men and get smaller loans at higher interest rates on average. It's time to rebalance the scales of opportunity. As an organization who has been at the forefront of empowerment in hospitality for over 20 years, Choice Hotels is now investing more than ever to help women become a force in the industry. Introducing Hotels by Choice Hotels, a program designed by women for women to make the dream of hotel ownership more attainable for women worldwide. It's our mission to support and empower female entrepreneurs through dedicated training, turnkey solutions, and financial guidance. To reach underrepresented groups, Choice Hotels remains the first and only hotel company with dedicated personnel solely focused on extending opportunities in hotel ownership. And with more women investors, enthusiasts, innovators, up-and-comers in the hospitality industry than ever before, there's never been a better time than now. Hotels by Choice Hotels, building equity through hospitality.
All right, well, I'm sitting here with Amina Gilliard-James, the founder and managing partner of Duke Ventures. I'm so excited to be talking with Amina, with you. Amina, you were in this competition just a year ago.
Yes.
So you know what these women are feeling like. So I'm curious to know, what did you think about Tamara's deal? Do you think this deal can work? Are her numbers solid? Her projections?
I think she did a great job, first of all. I do think her projections are solid. I agree with the panel of judges that it's a little bit aggressive, you know, as far as doubling the revenue and doubling the ADR in her hold period. However, you know, as someone who also had to go into an asset and, you know, get more corporate business and use tools that previous owners weren't using, I know the difference it could make. So I definitely think she has a good plan to get there. It's just a matter of seeing if the market will respond.
So are you using TikTok?
No,
okay.
but I do troll. I do troll on TikTok, but I don't post.
So, so Amina, you closed on a Quality Inn in Memphis, Tennessee.
Yes.
It was December.
December 2022.
You pitched that deal in April of 2022. It took that many months.
That many months,
We
yes.
all know. Can you talk about the experience of once you pitched and how, and then what you did getting to closing? What was that experience? Let's be honest. Tell
Okay,
you know,
sure.
what it's about.
Oh, I can definitely, you know, be honest about that. So it was an interesting experience. It definitely, there were some hiccups that we weren't expecting. That's why it took so long. It does not have to take that long, but literally right after I pitched in April, it was like hit the ground running. Tracy called, I think you called me like 2 days later, like, oh, are you serious about closing on the Quality Inn? And I was like, I'm going to buy this Quality Inn. And it was just hitting the ground running, submitting our LOI, negotiating the PSA, which took about 3 months on its own because we were like in a stalemate, which can happen sometimes, but each side acquiesced a little bit, and we finally got to a purchase contract, and we went from there. We had 60 days due diligence, and then we had, I think, another 45 days and a 15-day extension for closing. So it was just like, you'd think that many months there would have been some lulls, but it was just nonstop work for what, like 6, 7, 8 months. It was nonstop going, work, work, work.
So, you know, I see you all over social media. You've gotten a lot of press. Many people have been very excited. Your investor group as well that you brought in. But can we talk about the money? Because I know there are a lot of viewers or people in the room who want to sit where you are and having closed a hotel deal. Can you talk about like what that experience was like? Any tips that you would give them as far as obtaining financing and raising capital? 'Cause I'm very proud of how well you did that.
We did. We raised a total of almost $800,000 from 31 investors or investor entities. And it was difficult. It took longer than we expected. We started in August, and we probably didn't have all of our money till like November. So if I had to do it again, we would have started earlier. I say we because my husband is my business partner, but we would have started earlier raising money. Also, the money that has to come out your own pocket. So that's something you really have to plan for and have a contingency. So I don't even know if I told you this, Tracy, but the bank changed our LTV at the last minute, like 2 weeks before closing. I think we went from like it was like an 83-17 to like an 81-19 or some split or something like that. So, you know, fortunately, we had the money to back we invested in our own deal, in our own sales, which we had done already with the earnest money, but we had to dig in our pockets again and invest in ourselves again to make the deal, to get to the closing table and make the deal happen. So definitely have some contingencies, like have your money that you set aside for the EMD and the soft costs, but also have your money set aside for when the bank wants to do crazy things.
So one thing I want to say before we go is that I remember when we met, you joined my master class. Was that 2019 or 2020?
I met you in, it was 2020.
It was 2020. And Amina told me, you told me, I like talking to the audience and talking to you at the same time. You told me, I want to find a deal that me and my husband can do as partners. And I want to find something in the economy sector that I know I can get done. And
in 2022.
In 2022.
Don't forget I said 2022.
In 2022. Yes. So congratulations on making that happen.
Thank you.
And putting the work in. It only took you, what, a year?
A year from
It took me 6 years for my first deal. So congratulations again. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So we're going to get ready for our next pitch. I always say I'm super excited, but I can't tell you guys how much or how excited I'm about this next pitch, because Maria Pia Intini comes to us from Puglia, Italy, our first international participant in She Has a Deal. She is going to be pitching a joie de vivre, I hope I got that right, by Hyatt. I can say Hyatt very well. JDV by Hyatt in Florence, Italy, y'all. We're going global as She Has a Deal.
My name is Maria Pia Intini. I come from Puglia in southern Italy. For the last 5 years, I've been living in the Netherlands. My goal is to create a successful real estate investment company which is able to generate profitable returns, but also a positive impact for the local community and the environment. The program has given me the confidence to think even bigger than I was already doing and created some clarity on what drives me the most. Furthermore, it has helped me to close the gaps of those aspects of the process of the ownership cycle that I was less familiar with. And last but not least, I've had the opportunity to meet and be surrounded by like-minded women who also want to change the current landscape of hotel ownership and development. It's nice to know that I'm not alone.
Please welcome to the stage, Maria Pia.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maria Pia Intini, and I come from Puglia in southern Italy. Today, I need the click, by the way. I need a clicker. Apologies for. Thank you. So today I would like to propose to you an investment opportunity in Florence, Tuscany, called Hotel Corona d'Italia. But before doing so, let me tell you a little bit more about myself. I have a 15-year work experience in real estate, of which the last 12 spent in hospitality. After a master's degree in hotel real estate finance and investments at Cornell University, I moved to London to join the EMEA hotels team at Colliers International and Cushman & Wakefield, before moving 5 years ago to Amsterdam, actually from London, to join the development and investment team in Europe at Citizen M Hotels. The deal that I would like to propose to you today is the very first one of the very first acquisition of my very own development and investment company, Tiramisu Investments. So the deal thesis is to transform this 3-star outdated hotel, family-run, into a Joie de Vivre by Hyatt hotel. This is a soft brand, 4-star soft brand, which allows me to create a unique hotel which is neighborhood-inspired, female-friendly, whilst tapping into the world of Hyatt, specifically distribution, reservation system, operational resources, and the loyalty program. This investment is expected to give us a return, a levered IRR of 14.01%, a multiple invested capital of 2.35%, and a cash return of 5.54%, with net proceeds exceeding 23 million after a holding period of 7 years. Other major assumptions also include completion by beginning of Q4 this year, reopening as a Joie de Vivre hotel at the end of Q2 2024, exit yield 5.50, and acquisition price per key of 275,000 and more euros. And more information can be found in Appendix 1. These returns are expected to be really positive for a city like Florence. Let's not forget this is a city with a very high barriers to entry, with an operational forecast which is expected to grow with a top line, which is expected to grow further because of the arrival of international hotels in the lifestyle and luxury category, and because there is no zoning risk. The asset is located just like 10 minutes from the main train station in Florence, and less than 5 minutes from the convention center, and in close proximity to from the main demand generators, such as the Duomo, the Florence Cathedral, the synagogue, the Uffizi Gallery, and many other museums and palaces that are well known around the world. To make it a little bit more visual, we are in the San Lorenzo area, which is famous for its market, food market, for its leather goods, and also a stroll away from Piazza della Repubblica, famous for its historical cafes. So deal thesis again, the idea is to transform, to renovate this hotel, which is 3-star, which has limited F&B and received CapEx for the last time in 2014-17, into a 4-star hotel branded Joie de Vivre by Hyatt. The room count will not change, so 80 keys remain because the hotel already has the room size of a 4-star hotel for Italy. The renovation, I would say the transformation will also include the bedrooms, the front of house, back of house, and the IT package. The next few slides will highlight a little bit more details. The changes will have the biggest impact on revenue generation. So we want to transform the front of house space, including food and beverage areas. By having using local craftsmanship and a design which is playful and colorful. We also want to extend the size of the front of house by adding circa 1,000 square feet of space which has street access and light, natural light, but which is currently used for non-revenue generating activities such as this is the luggage room, this is like the administrative offices, and also we have unused retail space, which is expected to generate circa additional 200,000 euros on F&B revenue. We also want to do a makeover of the bar by adding, which is currently closed, by adding, for example, by using the door, which is present but not used by the current hotel. Improve the experience in the bedrooms, and of course, with the operational team, we will also look at the circulation, improving the circulation of goods and deliveries, and waste clearly. So the choices about design, colors, and amenities will be made around the female customers, to target female customers. Also because latest trends show that the number of female travelers, including solo travelers, has been increasing steadily over the last few years. And Italy, by the way, ranks number 3 because of its a variety of elements, such as the cultural attractions, which Florence has in abundance, because of beauty of the destination, food, culture, and liveliness of local people. And which will mean, for example, having amenities like air dryers, powerful air dryers, areas for makeup, and lighter menus. After all, who doesn't want to look fabulous while strolling in the streets of Florence? Florence, why? Because it has 50 million tourists. It had 50 million tourists in 2022, with an overall spend of circa 3.5 billion euros. It has been a UNESCO World Heritage since 1982, which makes it a very strong leisure destination. In terms of arrivals, it really counts heavily on international travelers, which make circa 70% of the total, and of which almost 60% effectively come from the US. So even more the reason there for choosing a brand which has a wider global reach towards USA-based customers. So to work on my performance, I first of all used the competitive set of provided by STR of a selection of 6 hotels totaling circa 500 keys, which I handpicked because of their proximity to the subject property and or similar product. The results shows that even though the RevPAR achieved in 2022 didn't quite match the 19 RevPAR, in reality the comp set had a stellar recovery in the first 2 months of 2023 compared to the same period of 2022. This information about the comp set, as well as the information about wider market information collected by myself, was the basis for my forecast for the subject hotel. So as you can see on the screen, the year 3 forecast, which is the stabilized year, shows a GOP of circa almost 52%, a net operating income of just over 38%, which is also can also be seen as 26,000 euros per key, which is in line with similar hotels. Based on this forecast, on the forecast of the top line, the hotel is expected to underperform the comp set in terms of occupancy, perform it in terms of ADR, with an overall revenue growth index of just over 104%, which is fair, assuming the fact that half of the comp set is made of hotels run independently. So to complete this transaction, the required capital is almost 30 million, of which 22 million to acquire the assets, 5.4 million to renovate the assets, specifically 60,000 per key plus contingency, 2.5 million for closing this transaction. I have assumed a loan to cost of 60% with an all-in interest of 6.50% after conversations with the latest conversations with mortgage advisors, which means an equity requirement from equity partners of almost 12 million. So in summary, I went too fast there with the slides, but in summary, what I'm asking you today is to invest, yes, in the renovation of this 3-star family-run, outdated hotel, to convert it into a 4-star brand under Joie de Vivre by Hyatt. This would be a soft brand, which would allow to create a neighborhood-inspired, female-friendly, unique property, while tapping into the benefits of the Hyatt world. This investment is able to generate 14% levered IRR, 2.35 multiple on invested capital, and 5.54% of cash-on-cash return, with net proceeds of 23.4 million after 7 years. This is deemed to be attractive because of the following reasons. Last slide. So I was added an issue with the click.
You're out of time.
Okay, I was just finishing this. This is my last slide. So the idea is, well, if you like these investments and you love Italy as much as I do, please, this is your chance to own a piece of it. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
All right. Very good, Maria Pia.
Thank you.
You came the farthest.
A little disappointed. The Olympic Committee gets to do site visits. We didn't get to do site visits.
Right. Maybe next year, we did talk about with the Shad Squad, we would like private jet on out to her grand opening. Okay, come on into the middle here. All right, questions. Let's go. Tiffany.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
You had me at Italy, let alone Iran.
I know, there's such a bias right now.
I know, there's a big bias, but I think your strategy to affiliate with a strong brand such as JDV, Chip Connolly would be very excited and proud, is a smart one. I'm not quite sure why you're under-penetrating in occupancy. All the properties in your comp set are not affiliated, and I think the value proposition here is, the big part of that is the opportunity to affiliate and have that global support. So, I may have sandbagged in my career, but it seems like this is a little, the numbers are a little bit low.
Well, also by default, I like to be a little bit conservative in my projections. And as you probably noticed, yes, the reason the market is, the subject hotel is underperforming the market, but very slightly. It's 99.4%, if I'm not mistaken. The idea is 50% of the comp set is made of branded hotels, effectively in the Accor group, so effectively an European group. The idea is a brand like this, a soft brand, kind of boutique in the 4-star category. The idea is that it will really make a difference in terms of ADR. So yes, potentially I could have been bolder in assuming also in an occupancy like in excess. But once again, it's really a decision I made to stay conservative, to have a little bit of fluff, in other words, in the deal.
I think it's a smart move. I actually know where this hotel is, and it's probably better that you're a little conservative for where the location is right near the Leather Mart. My question is, going from a 3-star to a 4-star, which I think is a great strategy for you, room size. I know in Italy, especially in Florence, you can get some really tiny rooms. How are the room sizes of all 80 keys?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in Italy in general, to have, say categories are dependent on room size. So, and to have a 4-star hotel, you have to have an average, more than, I would say more than 75% of rooms should be about from 19 square meters above. 15 the room, 4 square meters would be the bathroom. So here we have just a few rooms which are 16 square meters. The rest are above 19, way above, so 22, 23. So the great thing here is really, that's why I like this opportunity, is that in reality the hotel can be run as a 4-star, has all the perks for a 4-star. The only reason they don't do it, in true fairness, is in fact they have the bar closed, they run it in a way which is a 3-star because of staff. Of course, we all know the issues these days about staff and cost, I would say, and the fact that, in fairness, this is a hotel which has been operated since the 80s from a family, an 80-year-old mom with a daughter, and they don't really have and they don't want to take all the effort to run that hotel with all that means in terms of services and facilities as a 4-star. So that's the good news. Already we have the material there to have a 4-star.
2 questions. 1, how did you find the opportunity? And 2, on the F&B, will you outsource it to a restaurant provider that would bring in the F&B, or would you do it under this brand?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the opportunity came through an agent, a local person from Florence. It's officially off-market, but I know a couple of brands have been also looking at this. But I really hope, that I am the one who gets the deal. That being said, you also asked, Beth, about outsourcing the F&B, I mean the food and beverage outlets. Hyatt is open because I've already had conversations with a Hyatt representative in Europe, and they're very excited about this opportunity. They don't have any presence in Florence as much as they do in other cities, major cities in Italy. They also proposed some ideas for F&B. I think the decision has not been made, to be 100% clear with you and honest. But initially, I would like to discuss this with Hyatt. Really, the idea of having a product which is female-oriented, and with also different type of menu. Because let's also be honest, in Florence there are many, in Italy in general, many restaurants. I'm not planning to open another steak restaurant, okay? Absolutely not the point. I want to have a nice bar. I want to really focus on the day offering, so very nice breakfast, nice brunch, probably an aperitivo, Italian style. I think the focus would be less. There would be salads. There would be things that basically in Florence you cannot find in Italy in general. You cannot find very much. And if the proposition is not found with the brand, well, then eventually I will consider alternatives. Thank you.
So, hi.
Hi.
Love your vision for the property. I love Firenze. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Question for you. How did you come up with the renovation budget? Because on paper it seems quite substantial, but given the scope of what you're doing, and especially in the public space, the F&B, that can eat up a lot of that pretty quickly. So I'm just curious how you came up with the number, and if you're planning for any kind of contingency.
Yeah. Absolutely. So thank you. So the idea is to have, indeed, I assume 60,000 per key plus a contingency of 7.5%. So the idea is, based on my conversations with Hyatt, budget for FF&E and OS&E is circa 35,000. Then I am adding 10,000 per key for the IT package. I want completely new TVs, new CC cameras, the internet system, all that jazz that is important. So this is 10,000 per key, and then I know because I also spoke to a representative from Colliers International, the Italian team. So they gave me some indication of cost, as I was saying, 35,000 for FF&E, OS&E, 10,000 IT package, 10,000 for professionals, and we are at 55. The remaining 5 would be some areas, back of house areas, and also I want to renew the windows because the windows are one glass only. I want them to be double glass.
What's the age of the building?
So again,
how old is the building?
From the 80s.
From the 80s.
Yeah.
And so fire life safety, I'm assuming, is also included.
Say again, sorry.
Fire life safety standards, because it's a global brand.
Absolutely, that is also to be done. Yeah. Just because fire and safety would be redone simply because we have a new design, therefore that has to be redone anyway. So we wouldn't have, I would say, the approval to run the hotel without having a new fire and safety certification for it.
Are you going to live in Amsterdam, or are you going to move to Florence if you get it?
I would move.
Me too.
One more quick question, Jim?
Yeah. Could you walk us through your exit cap rate is higher than your buy-in cap rate? Your leveraged IRR is low at 14%. Walk us through, right, you can either play with the renovation budget or your projections. Did you give any thought to how you might juice the returns?
So first of all, the cap rate is a result of, as you know, it's a bit of an art how you choose the cap rate. Okay, it's very difficult to find cap rates in Italy in general, in Italy in particular, I would say, unless there are leased. We're talking about leased assets. So a cap rate for leased assets in this area of Florence would be more towards 450, 475%. I've added circa 100 basis points because this is, I'm assuming, a management agreement of a soft brand, which, you know, I'm not saying that, I mean, potentially it might be slightly less liquid, which is why, you know, this additional 100 basis points. And it's fair to say that the product, there is really lack of product in Florence in terms of like new stock and new hotels. In fact, for example, the Indigo and the Curio, which are now under...
We have to end. Our question time is up.
Can I just finish this question, or 30 seconds?
You can finish the sentence. Finish the sentence.
Yeah, thanks. So to give an idea, if they had been open, and they will be open end of this year, early next year, I would have included them. But in reality, the market really craves great product.
Thank you, Maria Pia. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, we are halfway through. Round of applause for Maria Pia. She's going to talk to Genesis. I want everybody to just stand up and stretch. And get your phones out because it's time to rate Maria Pia. You have 10 minutes to rate Maria Pia, and then don't forget to come back at the end so that you can vote for your favorite pitch because they get to win another prize of being the Viewer's Choice Award today. We'll have a 30-minute window following the pitches that you'll be able to vote. So we'll count down that 30 minutes when we end. I think I'm off. Okay, so we're going to go back to Genesis. Then we're going to have coming to the stage Stephanie DeBerry, who's going to be pitching our first conversion today. She will be converting her hotel to a Wyndham. But before that, I will be talking with Tyrone Stoudemire from Hyatt. So,
Genesis? Amazing job. Our first international Today's Woman. How did you find She Has a Deal, and what inspired you to be a part of this?
Oh, wow. Okay, so I found out about Tracy probably it was during COVID, I would say 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that is because she was curious to learn more about the company I was working for, Susan. And then she told me about what she was doing, and I got mesmerized by the idea of being part of the program. Because after all, yes, I'm doing exactly what I'm studying, but only a part of it. There are so many things that I've learned in the program, which go from fundraising to really assess the opportunity in more detail, to many things that effectively, when you are working for a very solid brand, of course, with strong capital, you don't really worry about. So it's it's really a great opportunity for me to learn the entire process in order to become an owner myself.
I love that. I love that. So in your pitch, you talked a lot about design and renovation and, converting it to 3-star to 4-star. The location in Florence, will that have like a huge impact on the design inspiration for the renovation plan?
You mean the design of
your renovation plan? Will it be influenced by Florence?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. The idea is to use the local craftsmanship, local artisans, and create a product which is definitely inspired by the neighborhood. This was a point which was very important for me to make, which is why I chose a soft brand. So yes, I want to tap into the benefits of Hyatt. Yes, I love the idea of creating we are aligned with the person I spoke at Hyatt. We're totally aligned on the product we want to create. But I definitely want to make sure this is a unique product which reflects the place where it's located.
I love that. And there's so much you can do with both making an impact in the community. And there's a lot in the F&B space as well. Is there like certain culinary chefs that you kind of already have your eyes on?
No, not really. Honestly, that's not the direction I want to go to with a super famous chef. I don't want this to become a bit of a stiff place, a Michelin star restaurant, no, it's really not the idea. I want this to be a warm place where you feel at home, where you can find healthier food. Probably there would be a corner, a coffee corner as well, visible from the street, because as I was saying before, there are some places there are some areas on the street level which are used for
all kinds of things.
For other things which are not revenue generating.
So
I love let's emphasize the visibility.
I love it. Amazing. I loved your pitch. Thank you so much. Congrats.
Thank you very much, Genesis. Thank you.
All right, now let's take a look at our founding sponsor, Hyatt Hotels. Welcome, Tyrone.
Thank you, Tracy.
Good to see you.
I'm glad to be here. This has been nothing short of amazing.
Yes.
Talk about girl magic. You got it going on.
Girl magic. All right. Well, thank you. So, Tyrone, you're the Senior VP of Diversity and Inclusion for Hyatt Hotels.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes.
And Tyrone, we met, quite a while ago. And you were one of the first people that I talked to who talked about the fact that we got to address the issue of capital. And then you committed, and then Hyatt committed to coming as a founding sponsor of She Has a Deal. So we're really excited, and I know you had a lot to do with that.
You know, Tracy, it is important that we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, and looking at equity, meeting people where they are. And when we look at statistics, Hyatt leads with an evidence-based diversity strategy, leading with the analytics and the predictive analytics. Women will spend 64% in travel, and men are spending only 3%. Women are spending $15 trillion in travel, and 80% of reservations are made by women. So follow the dollars. My boss says math doesn't have an opinion. We look at math, we look at the data to determine where we should make our investment. How do we improve? Women are more than 50% of the workforce. So who rules the world? Girls.
Girls. Like that. So, you know where I want to focus, because you and I had a conversation a couple of months back, and where I was extremely impressed was that we always talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I remember when I worked in the healthcare industry, we used to talk about supplier diversity. And then we would say, oh, well, they're not meeting the criteria that we have for suppliers. But Hyatt has done something, or you look at it a little bit differently. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. Many corporations either responded or reacted to the death or murder of George Floyd. We responded with a program called Change Starts Here, starting with us first before we can help anyone else. The pandemic impacted more than 100 million people in hotels alone. Right, we were not exempt from that. We had 3 goals that we established to be hit by 2025. First, who we employ, develop, and advance, with double representation of women around the globe and people of color in the United States. 2, that we would look in opportunity youth between the ages of 16 and 24, qualifications, unemployed, and no education. We can meet people where they are and advance them through. We have history of people coming from doorman to general manager, from front desk to food and beverage to general manager. So we can meet these youth and change the conditions in the lives of those youth within globally. So we're going to hire 10,000 by 2025. And then who we partner with and who we buy from. That we are committed to 10% of our spend will go to the Black community because they were the most impacted, next to Asians because of the pandemic. And what we've done, Tracy, we met with the entrepreneurs through the Urban League out of Chicago, and we asked them one simple question. What is your barriers? What are your pitfalls? It was time to pay, net pay. Most companies are net 120, net 90. We shifted our net pay from 120 to 15 days, and in some cases 10 days. Yeah, wow. Let's give a round of applause for that. That's remarkable. If we're going to close the economic gap between, we've got to meet people where they are and give them the tools. We also committed $1 million to help them with their certification. And Ann Hatch, who's our Senior Vice President of Procurement, and her team worked extremely hard with vendors to meet them where they were, provide them with the tools. The legal department helped them, finance department, all came together to help them to be able to get their certification to do business. We have an African-American female that sells bamboo toilet paper in one of our hotels. Tracy, they tell me the toilet paper is so good that they're stealing off the cart.
I'm still trying to figure out that toilet paper.
Oh, the toilet paper is madness, right? We gave her a 2-year contract and paid her a year in advance. So when we look at meeting people where they are, this is some of the examples that we could do.
Right, and that's why I wanted to talk to you, because, you know, one of the biggest things that I've been pushing for is women need more availability of capital, proactively available for them to close their deals. And the response I always get, you know, is, well, you have to have this and you have to have that. And so the criteria to get a loan, the, you know, the net worth requirements, we're simply not going to meet it because we have been, you know, suppressed from gaining wealth. We all know the story. I don't have to go there.
Don't have to go there, yes.
I know you can go there deep.
I go there deep, go there deep.
But we know that that's a challenge. And so if we really want to increase the number of women owning and developing hotels, we have to meet the women where they are. We need to work together to figure out how that we, with the capital markets, with the capital providers, how we can do that. And so what are your thoughts on that? Because I know your next journey is around hotel ownership. So you've done a lot with the supplier diversity and your workforce, but now Hyatt is tackling hotel ownership.
Tracy, this is a great question, the perfect time to share this here as She Has a Deal. These are systematic and systemic issues that require systematic and systemic solutions. So partnering with organizations such as She Has a Deal to really help understand what are those issues, what are those barriers, how are we going to partner to overcome some of those issues. We can't do it alone. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know the struggles that women encounter, right? But we can partner and be able to go deeper to really understand what's required to be successful. We recently put $20 million in the world's largest black bank, United One out of Atlanta, that was deliberate and intentional to help women to get loans at a low interest rate. We're partnering with Loop Capital out of Chicago, who's partnering with Goldman Sachs with the Women's Development Program that you have been so involved in, to be able to help where we can meet women where they are. We're now going to look for ways that we can look at what are the other assets required to grow, and we're going to partner and figure out how we make that happen. I have no doubt one of our leaders, Pete Sears and Nikki Massey, would always say, when Hyatt gets focused on it, and we put our hearts and minds at it, we get it done. And we're going to get it done in a world of Hyatt.
And so tomorrow I can't wait to talk to Liz Bauer,
yes,
who will be joining us on my Power and Numbers panel, because we can talk about some things since we had that conversation with the CEOs. I've been talking to Mark.
Yes.
Your
and by
CEO.
the way, he says hello.
He says hello.
And he wish he could be here.
No, I wish he could be here. But we've been talking for a year.
Yes.
And just yesterday, something big is happening.
Something big is happening.
Okay. So we'll talk about that tomorrow, Liz.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you. 1 second here. All right. So next up, we have Stephanie DeBerry, who is going to pitch a conversion to a Wingate by Wyndham hotel located not too far away across the bridge in Maryland.
I am Stephanie DeBerry, originally from upstate New York, currently residing in the Washington, D.C. metro area. The SHAD program has benefited me in so many positive ways. I've met some wonderful women, and I've been challenged to grow outside of my comfort zone of commercial real estate. I was inspired to start on this journey of hotel ownership because after 17 years in the residential space, I wanted to challenge myself by getting into commercial real estate, specifically hotel assets. My career goal is simply to transition successfully from residential real estate into hotel ownership, while also introducing this opportunity to other residential agents.
Please give it up for Stephanie DeBerry.
Thank you. Your next hotel investment is located just minutes outside of the nation's capital. Good afternoon. I am Stephanie DeBerry of Living Legacy Developments, LLC, and I am inviting you to invest in our conversion opportunity, a Comfort Inn to Wingate by Wyndham in Oxon Hill, Maryland. A little about me: I've been a residential realtor for 17 years and currently the president of the Washington Real Estate Broker Association. I am looking forward to making a successful transition into the hospitality industry. Our vision is to transform this property by doing a full brand conversion PIP along with stabilizing the operations. We believe that it will increase occupancy, ADR, and RevPAR, while allowing us to attract a new client segmentation, including government contractors, military, and SMERF groups. Furthermore, we believe that this will put us in a position of strength to become a market leader in our competitive set. This investment is solid for a few reasons. We are currently negotiating our PSA, as well as both my partner and I reside locally in the DMV area and plan to fully immerse ourselves as new hotel owners. A little about the property. Comfort Inn has 119 rooms and sits on almost 3 acres, which represents an additional opportunity to generate revenue. It's on a premium location just 10 minutes outside of Washington, D.C., the seat of the federal government, home to numerous landmarks and tourist attractions, as well as institutions of higher learning. D.C. saw over 20 million visitors in 2021, many of them from the Comfort Inn in Oxon Hill. The majority of our guests are group leisure travelers traveling as far as China. The Comfort Inn sits directly off of 495. We are one of the first exits crossing the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. First left, you're into the property. Also, we sit between D.C. and Northern Virginia in Prince George's County, Maryland. PG County is home to about 1 million folks at $90,000 a year average income, which is about 20% higher than the national average. Prince George's County is also home to many federal agencies as well as Maryland's largest employers, 2 of which are located within a mile of the property, the Gaylord Resort Conference Center as well as the MGM Resort. Oxon Hill is also overflowing with demand generators, National Harbor being one of them. National Harbor is one of the most popular tourist attractions on the East Coast, seeing over 12 million visitors a year to their restaurants, boutique shops, and the Capitol Wheel. We're also one stoplight away from Tanger Outlets if you like to shop. And within walking distance, there are additional retail shops, restaurants, a movie theater, and Tanger Golf is directly across the street from us. There are also plans to extend the Blue Line Metro into the area. I'm not done yet. There's more demand generators. We are surrounded by FedEx Field, Nationals Park, as well as Capital One Arena, home to our area sports teams in the DMV area. Our first order of operation is the PIP after our settlement in July 2023. We've walked the property with Wyndham reps as well as local contractors to make sure every detail is considered in regards to brand standards. Most of the work is cosmetic with an expected completion date of first quarter 2024. Take a look at that transformation. We are expecting an immediate guest satisfaction impact, an immediate market impact, and an immediate revenue impact. Now, we can't do this alone, so we've decided to partner with a few companies, first being Wingate by Wyndham, specifically because of their brand contribution of 78% from their U.S. reservation system, 48% from their reward program, and a RevPAR index of 112%. There's also market share opportunity there, and being a member of the Women Own the Room program, I will receive resources, support, and reduced franchise fees. Wyndham is already pledging $654,000 towards key money, which equates to about $5,500 per room. Cornerstone Hospitality has extensive experience in the industry, and Intermountain Renovations has proven to be refreshing to work with regarding renovation, design, and procurement. Now, I've mentioned the PIP, but we have a focus of also stabilizing operations. In 2022, the property did over $2.5 million in gross room revenue at about $554,000 NOI, and that was at less than 60% occupancy. We see upside potential there, and we have a strategy to enhance the performance of the property. That includes improving online reviews by being focused on superior customer experience, also improving their current marketing and management plans, as well as developing relationships in the business community. We also plan to build on their existing travel base and attract new client demographic. Now, we talked about our plans. Let's talk about the money. Our financials include our purchase price of $10.8 million, a PIP at 2.2, closing costs of $845,000, which leads us to total project costs of about $14 million. Our sales price in 5 years, when we expect to exit from the property, is $16.4 million at $138,000 per key. Our other metrics are listed there as well. Our structure is a conventional loan and an SBA loan. Conventional loan at 50%, SBA at 15%. Our down payment includes an equity injection of 35%, which is our capital raise of $5 million. And that's exactly why we need some of you. So what's in it for you when you decide to invest with us? Here's an example of our return on investment based on $100,000 contribution at 2% and an assumed sales price at $16 million. You can expect to receive $46,400 ROI on an average of 9.3%. Our 5-year performer just shows consistent, conservative growth in gross room revenue. Special thanks to CBRE, Calibri Labs, as well as HVS and Smith Travel Research for the data provided for this presentation. We are pretty confident that we can actually exceed our goals with proper team, as well as a full brand conversion and stabilization of the property, and focusing on being customer service obsessed, developing an online presence like no other, a new website, as well as displaying top-tier renovations and continuing to create relationships in the community. We are really excited about this opportunity. But more than being excited, we're also realists. We understand that there are risks involved with a property of this magnitude, or project of this magnitude, excuse me. And some of those risks that we have considered are capital expenditure and PIP costs and time frame, as well as staffing concerns. Regarding capital expenditures and PIP costs, we have 4 estimates received for our RFPs already. We are currently working again with Wyndham, contractors, as well as vendors to ensure our timeframes for ordering materials and supply chain shortages. We're working with them to develop logistical plans to make sure we can minimize any interruption in business. Also, as it relates to staffing, our goal is to work with area institutions to attract students that are passionate about the hospitality industry, because they'll bring fresh energy and a new perspective to our team. With your assistance and an investment contribution, we are looking forward to this project being the first of many in the Living Legacy portfolio. Thank you to Tracy, SHaD, the SHaD luminaries, alumni, support, judges, and all of you.
Stephanie, come on over here. Right, time for questions for Stephanie. And I said across the bridge, but actually I forgot I'm in Maryland. I live in Virginia, so don't have to go across the bridge.
That was really well done. I had a question. It's a pretty big site with some really good visibility all around. Are there other revenue opportunities for the site that you're exploring?
Yes, there are some other opportunities. We've actually had some investors ask us about potential pad sites. My partner, he has a colleague that also owns a rent-a-car service. I'm not sure if we can do that in our franchise disclosures yet, but that's something that we're considering. Also, there is a lot of underutilized parking. And so there's an opportunity to rent spaces because we are pretty close to DCA, the airport there. So there's a couple different opportunities that we're thinking about. The meeting room hasn't been utilized very much as well. So that's something that we plan on doing too with the property. So we are definitely open to exploring opportunities for it.
I know the property well out there, and I think it is underutilized, but my question is, do you know how much revenue you're currently getting from FedEx Field? Because I believe that will be moving very shortly. So to understand what that does to your performance, probably not much, because they haven't made the playoffs in 100 years, but had to throw the dig in. But I didn't know that. And also National Harbor has, they were building a lot at one point, building hotels, and they have the Gaylord there. What's the compression like that goes over the bridge to you, and is there a danger of them building more hotels in that area?
So to answer your first question, I'm not exactly sure about FedEx Field. We're not the closest hotel to them. And like you said, I believe it's very minimal, honestly. Most of the guests, based on what we have learned from the manager there, are tourists. They're coming to go to DC as well as National Harbor. As it relates to National Harbor, we're actually right there. We're not even over the bridge. We are just a stoplight away from them. And so they aren't necessarily building any hotels right there, but we're expecting to get that overflow. And that's where a lot of our business comes from as well.
Jim? Ann.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
I had several questions that you've answered already. So this is why I'm going to ask you this. I'm curious on your closing costs. This sounds like a picky question, but you did such a great job. Your costs seem a little light on things like your legal fees and other things. How did you come up with those costs?
Well, costs, we actually had one of our title company reps do a ALTA statement for us, like a HUD, with all the closing costs. Our legal fees, we've already been in touch with our attorney and discussed some of those fees with her as well. So somewhat accurate, but we are in negotiations for our PSA, and so we're paying half of property taxes and state fees, so those were incorporated as well. So a lot of that is pretty realistic based on where we are right now.
The hotel has historically achieved kind of its fair share in ADR. However, and I don't know how it's performing year to date in 23, but year in 22, you're roughly $150 ADR.
Right there,
Come
yeah.
online in 24, post-conversion and renovation, and we're now up to 135. The 20% bump, the market has never done that. Could you walk us through how you get there?
So right now, you're right about the historicals, and I will tell you this morning, I was actually online and looked at the property just to see where they were as far as rates, and they're actually at over $140 per night right now. And so they weren't there prior. They were like at $115. And so we actually did our perform, I think, based on like 135 first year. They're already getting that right now. And so are some of the other hotels in our competitive set. I reviewed the numbers this morning, actually.
And it's a change of brand, operator, and renovation.
The renovation.
But the operator changes too. Everything changes, right?
Everything will change. And that's something we wanted to do with this particular property. It needs some love, basically. It's older, 1987. However, it's concrete. We've been there several times, pretty well maintained, honestly. And they just did a choice refresh in 2019. And we felt to change the narrative for the property, we wanted to breathe new life into it. And we think working with Wyndham Wingate will give us a pretty easy conversion based on logistics of the property, but for community perception, will increase our occupancy, ADA, and RevPAR. So we're actually really excited about it. I think it will be a breath of fresh air for that community.
Couldn't agree more. The whole market needs a renovation, except for National Harbor has some great properties.
Exactly.
So that's why I think you do it. And this isn't a question, but just a shout out, because I know Howard University, you went to Howard. Howard University just started a hospitality school.
I was there last week.
So it's going to be a great area to get some talent and bring them over to the hotel.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was doing. I was at the Marriott Sorensen Hospitality Center, had the opportunity to meet with Ashley. She's the executive director, and I really connected with 3 students, and they are amazing. They're excited and want to work with us. So, and they already have amazing ideas when I'm meeting with next week for coffee.
Next question.
So actually, and I'm sorry, I think I missed it, but what is the second mortgage price of? Where's that coming from?
SBA.
SBA.
Mm-hmm.
And you've allocated about 6 months for renovation. It's soft good only renovation?
No, well, most of it's cosmetic. It's not just soft goods, but Wyndham is pretty amazing. We've been in conversations with vendors for the last couple of weeks and asked those important questions, because this is our first time doing this. And so they basically told us after we settle in July, then we can start the approval process and ordering, and by November or so, we should be able to get in there and start doing renovations until February. But the majority of the work is cosmetic, paint, carpet. We don't have to take out any big pieces of furniture other than television credenzas. We don't have to do the roof line or porte-cochere the way we initially thought. So based on what we've been told, not as extensive as a brand conversion PIP.
You may just want to pad that just a little bit.
Yeah, I think 6 months is actually pretty realistic on it, and especially from November. Don't shut it down before November, by the way. Don't start renovation. But you can go floor by floor too, so you can actually keep the hotel.
When hammers start flying, not from design. But yeah, you're probably within 3 months of that. But
Okay.
I mean, it's nice because you mitigate a lot of risk by doing a quick conversion with a brand change and change of operator. There's a lot of value. Great
Thank
job.
you. Thank you.
Beth, do you have any questions?
The $5 million you're raising, did I miss what the preferred return to the investors is going to be? Did you?
No, we did. Well, we're doing a split. We did not mention that. My partner is a lender, so we're constantly going over our numbers regarding that. I think we were at 8% once upon a time.
Okay.
So still figuring that out.
One more question? No questions? Mr. had a thorough presentation?
Thank you.
Ain't you?
You know. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
So Stephanie's going to go talk to Genesis, but before, you know what I'm going to say, right? Before Stephanie talks to Genesis, I'm going to need to tell you guys that you must go to the QR code, okay? Rate Stephanie. What you rate her as an audience, viewing audience, in the room audience, is going to be 5% of her score. So don't forget that. For everybody, it's 5% of their score. Also, you have an opportunity to come back at the end of the pitches and vote for your favorite team so they can win the Viewer's Choice Award. And did I forget to mention, like, they will be announced, the winners, tomorrow at our luncheon. Our awards luncheon will be immediately after the early careers pitch competition. So we're going to come back and do this all over again tomorrow morning at 9:30. So I do encourage all of you to come to see our young talent, our future pipeline of women hotel owners and developers tomorrow. They are college students, they're graduate students, and they're women who have recently graduated within 3 years. All right? So let's see what Genesis has to say, or what Stephanie has to say to Genesis, and then I'm going to talk to Paul Cash from Wyndham.
Amazing, Stephanie. Amazing pitch.
Thank you.
Of course. So you are already in the real estate business, being a real estate agent yourself. I wanted to know what motivated you to make that small pivot into hotel ownership.
I used to be a flight attendant too.
Ooh,
so
okay.
I've stayed in so many hotels.
Yeah.
Never thought that I could own. But as it relates to real estate, after 17 years, I wanted to challenge myself and learn something different. And so I'm still in the space, specifically focusing on hotels. And I will say last year, after coming to the conference and the pitch contest, I got to see you and so many others. I felt really empowered. And so that's why I'm here today.
Awesome. One last question. You know,
Sure.
being a part of the SHaD program, what has been like your biggest wow moment that you've learned?
My biggest wow moment is that I can understand the financial model.
That's a tough one.
I'm getting there. No, it's been exciting meeting so many ladies. Tracy's been supportive. The whole group is supportive. So I'm so glad to be a part of this program.
Amazing. Thank you. Excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now let's take a look at one of our sponsors, Wyndham.
The story starts with my mother, who had a business when women didn't have a business. And I can remember going to the bank with her while she tried to get loans. And it was very hard for her.
Being told that my terms and my financial package is the best I'm going to get, but my husband's able to get different terms.
I have banks asking me, oh yeah, I like this project. Can I speak to your husband? Can I speak to your father? The daily struggle is still there as a woman, even in 2022.
Women in the Room is probably one of the most important things that we could do as an organization or as a company. We've seen a gap in the creation of ownership or even wealth amongst women owners.
And so what our team has done is put together a program that will help women figure out the how and why to get the project into the ground, and then also how to operate the project once it opens.
I was so impressed by Wyndham and how present they were. I felt very supported.
Women in the Room program is giving you all these tools to educate yourself.
I felt like that brand's already ahead of the curve because they're already listening.
What we're saying is, you go do it. We're going to be there clearing a path for you every step of the way. And that's what Wyndham is here to do, clear that path.
I have worked with other brands before, and I hear lots of no's. And when I go to Wyndham, everything is yes. It's a true partnership.
To be able to have my own properties, to be my own owner, programs like Women Own the Room, they make it possible.
Please welcome Paul Cash, General Counsel for Wyndham Hotels and Resorts. Paul, it's amazing to have you sitting in my seat. We've met, when did we meet? Last year?
At NYU.
At NYU.
I can
okay.
remember.
Okay, great. Well, we really appreciate Wyndham's sponsorship, and what I really wanted to talk about, Stephanie mentioned she's going to be converting a hotel to a Wyndham, so I know you guys like that.
Mm-hmm.
You like that new. And she mentioned being a part of Women Own the Room.
Yes.
And so I must tell you that I have been thoroughly impressed with what Wyndham has done and the commitment that you have for the program. So Women Own the Room, as well as Bold. Can you just quickly tell our audience what Women Own the Room is about and then what Bold is about?
Absolutely. And thank you for having us here, Tracy. We are so passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the industry and changing the face of the industry. And it was about a couple years ago that we sat down with our employee resource groups, and our team members were telling us 1 out of every 10 hotels is owned by a woman today. Less than 1% of hotels in America are owned by a black woman. That's unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
How can we make a difference? How can we make an impact? We had a general program for many years focused on increasing diversity of hotel ownership with some success, but we decided we needed to develop a specific intentional program focused on these two communities. And so we sat down and we did a lot of listening and decided that the only way for us to truly make a difference and advance women hotel ownership was to design a program specifically for the challenges that women face every single day. Like Trisha Patel, you just saw there, unacceptable that she can go to a bank, get denied a loan, and then her husband the next day goes and gets approved. That is absolutely unacceptable. So we said, what are the obstacles? And what we heard, not surprising, access to capital, access to deals, access to networks, really soup to nuts. And so Women Own the Room has 3 prongs. It is financial support of all types, tailored operational support designed to meet every entrepreneur where she is, and creating an inclusive community. And we believe that we were the first major hotel company to create a program designed specifically for women. And it's been a phenomenal success. Over 30 deals signed, 10 already open. And that's what really gave us the confidence to tackle our next challenge, which was looking at the African American and black community. Less than 2% of all hotels in America owned by black entrepreneurs today, less than 1% for women. But we said, you know what, we should not assume that the challenges are the same. We again need to listen, and we convened a focus group, and we were so honored to have you join us, a focus group of existing and aspiring hoteliers, and said, what are your challenges? How can we design a program for you? And one of the aha moments for us was that hotel ownership, hotel investment as a path to wealth generation wasn't necessarily top of mind for every black entrepreneur. And so we needed to build the funnel. We needed to lay the foundation, as well as accelerating the path for, and I love quoting you, all the amazing black entrepreneurs who are hanging around the hoop and are just waiting to get access to deals, access to those networks. And so that's what Bold is. Kicked it off less than, I think, 9-10 months ago. Together between the 2 programs, over 50 deals signed, over a dozen deals open. We've got a lot of great momentum. We're really excited about it, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, so one point I want to make is that you say listen. You and I have had many conversations.
Yeah.
I've had conversations with Jeff and others in the organization, and you do listen. So everything that I've talked to you about, you are implementing. So kudos to Wyndham. Kudos to Jeff Bellotti. When we came, we did Shad Day at Wyndham. You guys warmly welcomed us, and Jeff stayed like half the day. The women were so impressed that he was so interested in their futures. So thank you for what Wyndham is doing. We appreciate your partnership, and we look forward to seeing more of the Bold deals and the Women on the Rim deals get done.
So do we. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are ready for one of our SHAD alum coming back for a second time to pitch, Donna Rosby, but she brought a partner, Teresa Adair, to join her for TD Ventures, and they're going to pitch a True by Hilton that's located in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Hi, my name is Teresa Adair, and I am from San Diego, California. I am part of a team called TD Ventures, and my partner name is Donna.
Hi, my name is Donna Rosby, and I'm from Sacramento, California. This program has been life-changing. It's changed my whole perspective on investing, and especially on becoming a hotel investor, which I did not even think was available. I have met wonderful women. My partner, Teresa Adair, who I did not know before this program, has been awesome. We've learned a lot about each other, how to work together, how to go through the format, which I can say has been intentional, specific, step by step. It's just been phenomenal.
What got me involved is that I always wanted to own a hotel. It wasn't something that I thought was attainable until I started researching and looking for other women. She Has a Deal has impacted me in a positive way by building my confidence, learning a lot about the hotel industry, really getting down into the acquisition, the development, or anything I want to do in the hotel industry. So I love the program. It's actually one of the best programs that I have been through.
Please welcome from TD Ventures, Donna Rosby and Teresa Adair.
Hello, and welcome to Dallas. From the Cali girls. We're both from California.
That's right, we're from Cali.
So we'd like to introduce you to an asset in the Dallas, Texas area. We are going to show you how we're going to increase the hotel value from this under-leveraged hotel and maximize its potential. The TD Ventures, Teresa and myself, will be presenting an opportunity to invest in a 152-key hotel in Dallas. We'll be providing a growth strategy on the opportunity to increase the hotel value as well as its riding the demand drive.
First, let's talk about the True brand. The True by Hilton brand is a strong brand. It is a strong brand in the lodging industry. It is known for its mid-scale brand. It is known for its attracting guests as well as affordable, energetic, and vibrant. Our True Hotel by Hilton is located in downtown Dallas. It has 152 rooms, 9 floors, and one thing that is unique about this hotel is that it is the only True hotel that has on the 9th floor, a rooftop bar, as well as a 3,000 square feet event space. This event space has an unmatched view of the Dallas skyline. It also has additional revenue for the hotel. To date, it had over 450 events since it has opened up. Other amenities, it has an open space for work, as well as 24-hour marketplace, as well as a game room, as well as free breakfast, parking, and other amenities.
We will be acquiring this hotel as a buy, holding it for 5 years, and selling it at that point. We'll be optimizing our hotel operations by increasing the cash flow, increasing the revenue, decreasing operating expenses, and assessing if the management needs to be changed. Our investment summary consists of a $19 million acquisition cost with the projected 5-year sale price of $29 million and the projected 5-year net proceeds of $16 million. To further break that down, our capital stack will consist of a senior debt of 65% loan to value with a 35% equity, 6.6 of that including what we will be contributing. Our metrics consist of a cash-on-cash of 12.14%, a MOIC of 3.0, and an IRR of 26.95. These metrics are consistent based on us selling in 5 years at an 8% cap rate. To further break it down even more so, we are going to have a 70-30 split with the 8% preferred equity for our accredited investors.
Now, what does that look like for you as an investor? If you put $100,000K, you get the preferred 8%. Your total within the 5 years or return on investment is $335,000. Now, if 100K is too much for you, at a 50K, your return on investment within the 5 year is $161,000. Now let's talk about Dallas market. This market is it's the 4th largest city in the U.S. It has attracted over 27 million visitors each year for its robust and vibrant city with a lot of museums, historic, food, as well as its sports. It is one of the cities that has the most sports, pretty much all the sports, including one of my favorite football teams, American football teams, the Dallas Cowboys. As well as haters up in here, including the Dallas Mavericks, as well as the Texas Rangers, as well as their soccer team, the Dallas Star. Also, it is one of the strongest economies for businesses, including it is the top city for its business meetings, as well as business travel, group travel, as well as leisure travel. Our True Hotel is located in downtown Dallas, which is in Texas is one of the fastest growing cities in Dallas. It has major companies, including American Airlines, Southwest, AT&T, and it is the #2, according to Forbes, it's the #2 business travel location. It is also, as you can see, it is also in the Dallas Design District. That district is a global business-to-business travel, trade center, which has fine arts, where celebrities go. It has fine dining, as well as other galleries. And of course, by our hotel is the American Airlines Center, which is the major arena that has all the major events, including home of the Dallas Mavericks, and less than a mile away, it has the Dallas Training Facility.
As the market and submarket of Dallas increases its performance, the projected performance for this True Hotel will increase also. Per our CoStar report, we have an increase of occupancy from 1 year to 5 years from 67% to 73%, and we have an increased ADR from $125 to $142. As of to date, the current price is $144, so we're already past the projected of the 5-year $142 projection. For the comp set, from the STAR report, we've analyzed 5 of the hotels within a 2-mile radius. And within those hotels, we found older assets ranging from 2009 all the way 2067 to 2009. And we've had room availability from those 5 hotels from 42 to 122. Our hotel was built in 2021 and has 152 rooms. So we'll be able to increase the market share of the occupancy, which reflects in our increased penetration index. The economic factors surrounding the ownership of a hotel and what surrounds is the demand drivers. And if I look at these demand drivers, we'll start at the top left here. And I wrote these down because they were so intricate. We have the Southwestern Medical District. It has 2.9 million people per year, because included in that is 1,908 beds total. We have the University Hospital, which has 291 beds. We have the outpatient cancer and the brain research center. We also have the children's pediatric campus, which will be completed in 2028, and that will have 523 beds. I am a retired nurse. When children are in the hospital, families visits and parents visit. So visits mean heads and beds for us. Right. We also have the Dallas Love Field. That's not funny, but we have the Dallas Love Field Airport, which is 5 miles from our hotel. It has had a 70% increase in traffic since 2019. That means visitors also. We have, Teresa discussed the Dallas Market Center. We have the Equinix Center, which is one of the largest research centers, not to mention the World Trade Center. And lastly over there is our fabulous Market District. To conclude, we are excited to, I had to make sure. We recognize that this is a wonderful opportunity to explore this 152 beautiful hotel by one of the top branded Hilton brands. It's an opportunity to explore the value, make sure that you're getting the return that you want. It has so much potential. Not to forget, one of the things that we said that we were supposed to add is we will be adding EV charging stations. There is not any within the surrounding 10-mile district, so that's another driver. Right now, the other revenue from this beautiful hotel is at 10%. With some of the changes that we'll be making, we'll plan on increasing that other revenue from 15 to 20%. The EV chargers, the rooftop bar, the event space, and changing the operations from the management side, decreasing the costs.
I am Teresa Adair. I am a real estate investor, a U.S. Navy commander, as well as a data engineer.
And I am Dr. Donna Rosby. I'm a fellow hotelier, a retired nurse, a serial entrepreneur, and investor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Maybe I'll get in the middle.
Yes.
Ready to ask some questions. So,
yes, ma'am.
Donna's back for our second year. Yes. She couldn't get enough. Continue learning. Retired nurse.
Retired nurse.
Teresa from the military, a real estate investor. She brought her friends along for this year. What questions do we have for them?
Wonderful presentation.
Oh,
great
thank you.
opportunity. Dallas is such a vibrant market. Yes. Just looking at your projections, I think you're projecting a $20 RevPAR increase in 5 years. Mm-hmm. And I'm just trying to understand a little bit better how you're going to get there. Are there additional enhancements?
Yes.
Are there renovations that are going to take place? Have you identified any weaknesses in the operation that you can identify? Because it's already affiliated, right? So you're not doing a brand change.
Yes.
It's more of an acquisition with some improvements.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we recognize is that the hotel guest reviews, this particular hotel has valet only for $35 for their guests, as well as for any guest that's going upstairs for any private event. So we know that that's one of the things we're looking into, that to see why we have to charge our guests who stays in the hotel $35 per night outside of their hotel stay. So we had seen that. And then the other one that we had
is the revenue driver from the event space and the rooftop bar, which is being minimally monetized at this point. Right. It's very new, so part of the expenses is because they put so much into it. There's minimal marketing, so the increase in marketing right now, just year to date, last year they made $695,000 just for being open for 6 months.
Yeah.
So with that, and there's no food there with this bar. So with us adding the food to it and increasing the marketing, that's going to increase that top line revenue and the decrease expenses because all the work's already been done.
Yeah, I think my question really goes along the same lines because, the opportunity, it's a new hotel, so you're not building new. It already exists,
Right.
and then and I assume it's stabilized by now. So it's a stabilized hotel. There's no real renovation needed to it because
Correct.
It's a good hotel.
Correct.
So understanding that opportunity is going to be really paramount of why I would invest in that. So doing that, and on top of that, you're looking at an 8 cap on a sale in 5 years. And the select service space, you don't typically see an 8 cap. And as Dallas keeps expanding outward, Plano, Frisco, and the rest of it. In this market in particular, the design district, what's the new supply coming into Dallas? Because Dallas has had a lot of supply. It's been absorbed very quickly, but not in the design district. And I'm concerned that Dallas keeps building downtown and right in the surrounding areas. And will that hurt you? Because you get a lot of compression from downtown right now.
Correct.
Right. Well, one of the things we know according to the CBRE as well as CoStar, that there's no new mid-scale hotel
Correct.
that's being
'Cause
built.
it's
The only
mid-scale.
ones is a luxury.
It's luxury is coming. And
It's coming.
We're not compared to the...
Yes,
no
right.
other
And
mid-scale.
that's what we looked at. We was like any other coming. This is the only mid-scale that's coming.
Yes.
That's there in the next 5 years. It's going to be there in the next 5 years.
Where's the luxury coming? Is it coming to the design district or downtown?
Downtown.
Okay.
Yes, yes. And as you know, with the luxury and we have the luxury look and the luxury newness and the mid-scale price. So the
Correct.
competition, we can encumber that increased occupancy.
So I have a question about the rooftop. I guess it's two-part. First is sort of what comps did you look at to determine your F&B, revenues and expenses? And then the second part of that question is, what are you planning in terms of service besides drinks? Are you planning what kind of food menu and what kind of kitchen facilities do you have?
So they don't have a facility at this point. The rooftop has a brand new big refrigerator, an ice refrigerator, because they want to take things up and down. So we will be adding just a small finger food. We'll have to get the eclectics on it, but something to go with the drinks. So something small attached to where the refrigerator is, and it will be minor food, just enough nachos, chicken wings, something small. There is no food, so it's just beverages.
Right.
The bar is separate from the event space, so you don't have to be in the event space to recognize that the bar is there and to entertain in either one. They sell them as two separate entities.
Yeah.
And the event space is being sold and managed as if it's just a space for someone to come in, and they're selling it in big market spots. So if we combine that, we'll have that increased revenue.
So are you planning to have third-party catering for the event?
That's what they have right now.
Well, one of the things they have right now, they allow the guests, they allow whoever's going to rent the space is to get their own cater.
Yes.
We look at it a little different. We think we're going to be better and we can control the expenses. Is get a third-party contract, and then we have more control over that, because what we noticed when we went there, we actually visited there.
We stayed overnight.
We went there and we was talking to the GM, and he said that one of the things that they have is that they use their own servers to help with event space. So that's a extra labor. So even though the caterers come in, outside caterers, so we wanted to help, eliminate that. And if we're going to do it, then we'll have an agreement with a third-party caterer at that. And then the service charge. They don't charge enough service charge. We noticed that too as well.
And then, sorry, the other part of the question was, where were you looking in terms of comps for your F&B projections?
So we took them from Calibri and CoStar. That's where we got the comps.
And the Star. And the Star report.
Were they downtown? I think that's where you're asking for the event space, right? Were
Yeah.
you comping downtown, or is there other event space in the area?
No, there's no
other
we're
event
the only
space.
ones.
We're the only ones that has a rooftop and event space that's
There's nothing
for a
else
private area. It's the only one right now.
Even including like full-service hotels?
Full-service hotels do have event space, but not on the rooftop bar.
And with that,
no rooftop.
No, not right
it.
now.
We are
not
it.
in downtown. We're the only one.
That's a plus.
That's a plus.
You mentioned that they're charging for parking, so that's income they're generating, and you mentioned that you were going to change that.
Well, we was changing it from our guests. So we were thinking about doing packages. We can do packages with the parking and different things of that nature. And then because they're charging it as they said it was part of their loan, but when non-guests go up there, they charging $35 as well. So we were trying to help out from a guest review, so they would not be complaining so much, because that's one of the things. It's like try to give something for our guests who stay in a hotel, because right now their occupancy rate is only 67%.
So you would offset your parking revenues by an increased ADR.
The ADR, correct.
Is it a third-party valet company? Or
Yes,
it is a third party.
So you're not even getting a lot of that.
Correct, exactly. It's the third
we
party.
only get, I think, maybe 12%.
Yeah, it's not even that much.
Do they have enough parking? How many spaces?
Oh, yes, they have a lot. It was less than half, and we were there for 2 days, and a whole section is available.
Correct.
But that's where the EV charging stations are going to
Correct. Correct. We thought it was strange too. So
Yeah, it's very. Yeah.
it was very strange.
Jim has a question.
Go ahead, Jim.
The hotel is new,
Yes.
but given its location within the design district, did you consider a change of brands to something maybe more lifestyle, soft branded, right? The rooftop is
Bill and Matt are right behind you.
No.
It could be within the Hilton family.
Right.
I'm not advocating for a change of brands, but the rooftop is pretty spectacular.
It
Yes,
is.
it is.
I'm not representing the choice.
Yes.
No, we looked at it. I mean, right now it's only 2 years old, so we have to do the franchise agreement with Hilton for
has
the
to be
next 20
continued.
years. That's their current
Yes.
contract right now. So
Hilton is a fantastic brand.
yeah, maybe after that, maybe we'll talk later.
And Tiffany touched on it, right? There's a 20% and a RevPAR increase over the first 5 years. I assume that includes a change in management.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. I mean to say that
Yes.
might absolutely. Yes.
Who's the management right now?
Ambridge.
Ambridge.
One last question.
So you said that you're going to look at optimizing operations, expenses. Can you provide a little more color on what that means in terms of, are there areas that you've already identified where you think there's opportunity?
So definitely the rooftop bar, the event space is maximizing. Adding the EV charging stations are our three main ones that we've kind of used as far as our revenue drivers to increase. The normalization of the regular costs are already there. Their occupancy is pretty standard. So monetizing on those three things and adding the food venue part to it. And since we don't have food, food doesn't make money, it'll increase the bar allowance even more so. So those three areas is what we've
And then
done
also changing the management,
And
the
the management.
of the management
Yeah,
operations
because
side
it's
of the
not,
house. Because they have several managers, like the bar, they have a separate manager, they have the GM, but they don't talk at all.
And
So,
that's
that's
revenue,
one of the
that's
things
cost.
that we identified, and it's costing them because they have extra labor that we believe they don't
need to have. So it just
Yeah.
needs to be kind of squared up a little bit and cleaned up.
So I think it's
Ladies, we are out of time.
Can I just say one thing? I think that Ambridge is a really good local company in Dallas. I think does the deal work if you brought the numbers down? Like, that's my question. If you didn't, the operator may be good, the product's really good. Are your numbers? That's my only question. If you took another look at your IRRs and your projections,
Yes.
does the deal still work?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
We did
We
look
can
at that.
discuss that at the judges' debriefing. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
Where's the nurses squad?
Thank
Where's my
you.
Thank you, ladies. They're going to have a chat with Genesis. Again, take out those phones. It's time to scan the QR code and rate Donna and Teresa. And then don't forget to come back at the end of our last pitch. We have 2 more pitches to vote for your favorite team who can win the Viewer's Choice Award. And we'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 to hear our future hotel owners. They are early careerists. But after that, we'll have an awards luncheon where you'll get to hear from 2 of our industry leaders in the finance area, Liz Bauer and Leanie Oberg. Liz is from Hyatt and Leanie is from Marriott. So I'm very excited to sit down with them and talk about women in finance and capital markets and how we're going to get or make capital proactively available for these wonderful women who are brilliant, who need capital to close their deals. But now I want you to vote, and we'll hear from Genesis and Donna and Teresa on how their pitch went. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. You guys did an incredible job.
Thank you.
What's interesting is you guys both come from really cool backgrounds.
Yes.
And I wanted to know what are those key qualities that you're going to take with you in your journey to hotel ownership?
For me, I'm going to take my leadership that I received from the military.
Yeah.
I have a little different style than most military commanders, so I treat everybody well, but I'm hard sometimes. So
That can be good.
Yeah,
that can be good.
Yes. And I'm going to take my ability to learn and to give. So learn it only to give back. So this is just one more really big thing that I have learned to add on to my belt in order to give to others so that they too can learn and grow in this industry to make this a woman-owned.
I love it. You guys did an incredible job. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
And we are back with another video from one of our sponsors.
TLT Solutions, in partnership with Teneral Sellers, introduces you to Amadores del Vino, a woman-led hotel project now seeking investors. Own a share in a stunning luxury inn, vineyard, and award-winning winery. Using modern winemaking equipment and sustainable farm practices, this beautiful estate in Amador County, California offers 5 income streams. Investors will earn income generated from the luxury inn with its event space, perfect for weddings, girlfriend weekends, corporate retreats, and other private events. In addition, there is revenue from grape sales and the tasting room offering wines, food, and merchandise. With attractive returns and delicious owner benefits, Amadores del Vino is a compelling offering for accredited investors interested in passive income. This investment closes in May, so visit amadoresdelvino.com today for more information or scan the wine glass QR code.
All right, I'm sitting here today with Michael Grove, and you were with Hot Stats. You're actually the president of Hot Stats.
Not quite, nearly.
And Michael, you know, I said that Maria Pia came the furthest, and she still did.
Yeah, I thought I won, but she won. Yeah.
Michael came from the UK to be with us, and she has a deal. We definitely appreciate your partnership. Hot Stats has been providing data to the women since 2020. Our first pitch competition, you guys were there.
Yeah, exactly.
And they need that data in order to underwrite these deals.
Yeah, I thought that the most recent pitch actually was a really good example of it, you know, where there was so much to talk about maximizing the space, getting the most revenue out of the space, and of course, the challenges of the expense lines or the opportunities in the expense line. I think that's exactly what, you know, what P&L benchmarking is there for. So I'm hoping, next time maybe we'll get some more. We'll help with more.
Talk a little bit about what Hot Stats does for our audience. They may not be familiar.
Yeah, exactly. So we collect the profit and loss data for hotels all around the world. There's around 10,500 hotels currently contributed on a monthly basis. Just under 5,000 of those are in the US, so like half of our database is in the US. And with that data, we use it, number one, for operators to, similar to what you saw there with Star or Calibri Labs, where they're able to benchmark on a monthly basis their performance, right the way through the P&L. So this could be any of the revenue lines, the expense lines, and ultimately profitability. And also we provide the investment community data for feasibility and underwriting of deals, which is basically the long and short of what we do.
Yeah.
So it's a very quick elevator pitch version of it.
Yeah, and especially, you know, for the women who are just getting started and don't have a big database, like some management companies or some owners who have been doing it for a while and have a lot of properties to look at, you know, in order to find the information. So the benchmarking data that Hot Stats provides gives them, a benchmark or an indicator of what to look at as they're underwriting the deals.
Yeah. And I think just, you know, like you guys are doing as well, you know, you're thought leading, you're changing the times. We've been so stuck on RevPAR occupancy rates as the kind of key indicators. But I think hotels have so many more levers to pull than just rate and occupancy, right? We're able to maximize different revenue channels and, of course, expenses. So that's exactly what we're at the table to do. And I think it's quite new. It's, you know, the industry's more and more moving towards that way. Certainly the larger operators are already very much partners of ours. But it's starting to, of course, get into the thick of.
Yeah, I've noticed coming from the healthcare industry to hospitality, and I worked, you know, in operations and strategy. I noticed there's a lot of opportunity for optimizing expenses. So having that type of data is really important. I want to shift really quickly before you go. How is it for women in the UK in hotel ownership?
Do you know, it's really amazing because I think, as David said earlier, I think it's exactly, that was my passion for, when we spoke the first time, it was exactly my passion for it, is that actually from an operational perspective, I spent 20 years there, and there's much more of an equal share of, you know, of gender equality at the operational level. But actually in the investment space, you know, I do all of the investment conferences globally, and you really see that it's still a room full of, you know, middle-aged white grey-haired men, right? So there is no doubt that that is still the case, and that's in the UK. I wouldn't say it's that much different to the US, to be honest. In fact, I'd say the US in some ways has moved quicker forward because of organisations like yourselves driving it, which we don't really have in the UK. I'd love to be doing these kind of things in the UK for sure.
Well, she has a deal can come to the UK.
Let's get it exported.
Yeah, let's explore that. Absolutely. Well, thank you again, for coming all the way from the UK to sit on my pink chair for a Shad Talk. Look forward to continuing our relationship and, getting more into the benchmarking data and helping the women underwrite their deals.
Very much a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. So we are almost at the end. We have Monica Antonio, and she is going to be pitching a extended stay hotel in Memphis, Tennessee. Let's hear from Monica.
Hello, my name is Monica Antonio. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. When I was an undergraduate student at Michigan State University, I had a part-time job at a local hotel. I was a front desk clerk. I really enjoyed that job. It was just a wonderful experience working in the hotel, helping guests. It was at that time that I realized that owning a hotel could be a business that was accessible to me as well. My career goals include continuing to build my company, Rue Windsor Holdings. I want to continue to develop and acquire hotels. I have benefited greatly from participating in She Has a Deal. It's really been a learning experience, something that's helped me greatly as I've developed my own project.
Please welcome Monica Antonio, founder of Rue Windsor Holdings.
Good afternoon. I am Monica Antonio, representing Rue Windsor Holdings. Today, I am presenting an extended stay America Premier Suites development in Memphis, Tennessee, near the suburb of Germantown. I co-founded Rue Windsor Holdings in 2019. We have worked on a number of residential and commercial development projects, but I am really excited to present to you our first ground-up new construction hotel development project in Memphis, Tennessee. We are building a 104-key Extended Stay America Premier Suites hotel in the Memphis Germantown area. This hotel product will be a welcome addition to a fast-developing submarket, targeting business and leisure travelers who demand comfort, practicality, and elevated amenities during their 5-night and over hotel stays. After holding our hotel for 7 years, we anticipate robust returns on investment, including an internal rate of return of 17.72%. During this presentation, I will tell you about the location, the brand, the deal, and the profit you can make when you decide to invest with us. This presentation is supported by research from a number of sources, including companies represented by our SHAD luminaries and sponsors. Thank you for your support. So why Memphis? The city of Memphis is one of the top metropolitan statistical areas in the country. Calibri Labs names Memphis as one of the top markets for hotel business travel and leisure travel revenue. Business and leisure travel revenue for hotels in Memphis is expected to continue to increase from pre-pandemic levels as demand increases. Our hotel development project is located in the eastern part of Memphis, near the suburb of Germantown. This is an exciting, emerging submarket anchored by industry and bustling with development. This area is the home to numerous international companies, including International Paper and FedEx, a Fortune 100 company. We are very excited to be developing a hotel project that is 1 mile away from the FedEx World Headquarters and 3 miles away from the FedEx IT headquarters. There are also 4 hospitals located between 3 and 7 miles of our development. A regional soccer complex is in the vicinity as well. Youth soccer teams from all across the country visit the complex throughout the year for soccer tournaments. And the TPC PGA golf course is 2 miles away. The golf course is a yearly stop on the PGA Tour. The area is surrounded by all the requisite amenities, including major restaurant chains and big box retail stores. So that's a little bit about the area right now. But there is a lot more coming. The Memphis-Germantown area has 3 large-scale multi-use development projects underway, including the one where our hotel will sit. A Topgolf entertainment facility is being built adjacent to our project, and that will open within the next few months. People in Memphis and Tennessee overall are really excited about the forthcoming Ford Blue Oval City project. This is Ford Motor Company's largest vehicle manufacturing complex worldwide. The $5.6 billion campus will build electric vehicles and the batteries that run them. Blue Oval City is in Stanton, approximately 40 miles east of Memphis, and is part of the greater Memphis area. The region is going to benefit greatly from an influx of Ford supplier companies, development, and jobs. And our Extended Stay America Premier Suites hotel will be right there to serve them with their incoming hospitality needs. Since this is such a hot area, there are 4 hotel developments underway, including ours, that will be competition. But it is also an indication that this is an emerging market with lots of opportunity for growth. Our project will be a highly competitive addition to the market. Our 2-acre hotel pad is part of an 87-acre development that will include over 700 units of residential housing. There are 2 restaurant pads and 2 commercial retail pads near the hotel pad. And the project also includes the building of a new roadway that connects directly to the FedEx World headquarters. For such a premier site, we needed a premier product. And that's why we chose Extended Stay America Premier Suites. Extended Stay America is the extended stay hotel leader and the company to work with if you're going to build an extended stay product. Extended Stay America Premier Suites is a new prototype that will target customers staying for 5 nights or more who are willing to pay for a comfortable mid-scale extended stay experience. We are talking the business travelers, workers, families, and some leisure travelers who want key amenities like kitchens, apartment-style layouts, a complimentary healthy breakfast, and an elevated design ambiance. So, what does the hotel market look like? The comp set included 13 extended stay hotels, mostly within a 5 to 10 mile radius. 8 of the hotels opened in the late 1990s, so the comp set is very old. In 2019, before the pandemic, occupancy was high. However, the daily rates were low, I think in part because while there was demand for rooms, hotels couldn't charge high rates for such an outdated product. 2020 was the height of the pandemic, but the extended stay comp set continued to do okay. In 2021, all extended stay products had a surge, and that's evidenced by the numbers you see here. And ADRs have gone up all across the industry. The occupancy dropped slightly in 2022, but again, we're looking at a rapidly aging comp set. This market needs new product, especially with all the development that is coming to the West Tennessee, Memphis, Germantown area. Our mid-scale extended stay hotel will meet that demand. With all of the development and the current and future demand drivers, what types of numbers can we anticipate? Utilizing a variety of resources, including extended stay hotel experts and Memphis hotel market consultants, we came up with the following. Our hotel will open in June 2026. We've talked with the brand and an area hotel development company, and we anticipate that we will be able to enact our business development plan, marketing campaign, and utilize the vast Extended Stay America reservation system to ramp up to 78% occupancy within 3 months. We expect to be able to generate an ADR for our mid-scale product of $95, again targeting guests in the mid-scale market. We assumed an increase of 3% a year of ADR over the course of our 7-year hold and an increase of occupancy to 80.3% with stabilization through year 7. Again, this market is going to grow, and there will be competition as new products come online, but we will remain competitive. I've included a timeline here so you can better visualize our development and operational plans over the next few years. 2032 is year 7. That is when we will sell the hotel. We anticipate an exit cap rate of 8%, considering the Memphis market and the hotel product. The disposition forecast is just under $14.5 million, with an anticipated net project proceeds of $7.4 million. We project a multiple on invested capital of 2.66x. The Extended Stay America Memphis Germantown Premier Suites is an excellent investment opportunity. When you choose to partner with us, you choose to invest with an experienced development company in an exciting new extended stay product and in an emerging market that is going to see substantial growth over the next few years. I'm excited to work with you, and I look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
All right, Monica.
Hi.
Over here. Good job.
Thank you.
Time for questions. All right, Jim, you're smiling. Are you ready to go first this time?
I always smile, Tracy.
Oh, you're always, that's true. That's true. All right, why don't we start with Ann this time?
Sure. Hi.
Hi.
Nice job. Question for you. I'm curious on your occupancy. You start pretty high, and if I'm recalling correctly from the model, I think you're basically starting at an occupancy equal to the high water mark from 2019. So, what was the thought process behind not having any kind of ramp?
Well, we really believe that we'll be able to ramp up to that number pretty quickly because we're going to be a new product. Really what's happening with the rest of the product is very old, and there are a number of businesses that we are aware of that aren't really even utilizing that area. So what we're hoping for is to be able to, because we have a new development here, a new hotel here, get some of the people who are maybe going outside of the area, maybe going to the airport or downtown to come to our hotel. And again, also, there's so much new development that is coming forth. There needs to be more product there, and we'll be able to serve that. So we'll be able to work with our hotel development company and get up to that number relatively quickly.
And so just a related follow-up to that, I'm curious, were you, since you had, I think you had like 13 or 14 hotels in your comp set, and a lot of it was old, but were you able to isolate and run historical performance on the newer hotels within that comp set?
We didn't do like an isolated one. However, there were a number of other comp sets that we were taking a look at. And I've been working with the hotel development company to perhaps look at some of the transient hotels instead to see what those numbers would be. But I will say that even in talking with the hotel development company that we're working with, they felt that our numbers would actually go up if we worked with that, if we use that particular comp set. So this is a bit of a conservative numbers that we have here for this model. So if we can do better, that would be great too.
Beth.
So I saw pictures of a Wawa and a Dollar General.
Yes.
So are you a commercial developer?
Yes, Rue Windsor Holdings, we have people who are part of our company that have been doing commercial development for over 2 decades, yes.
Okay, and then the new product coming online, are they coming online the same time that your product is going to come online and open?
In terms of the new hotel product?
I think you mentioned 4 new hotels are being built.
Right. So one of the hotels is actually coming online, I believe, later this year. And then another hotel is coming online in 2025. And then there's one that's to be determined. One of those hotels, and I can't remember which one, is a transient and one is an extended stay hotel.
Yeah, are they all in your segment? Is it mid-market segment?
Yes.
Those are, okay.
Yes. The 2 that we know what the brands will be, yes.
All right, and then you looked at a cost of $110 per key. Is that including land?
Our $110 per key, I'm looking here, is the total project cost. So yes.
What kind of land? Do you know the price of the land?
$1 million.
Okay.
How many acres was that?
2 acres.
So 100,000 a key is going to be tight. Just to let you know right now to build.
Duly noted.
Have you done multifamily before in the group Windsor Holdings?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it'll operate similar to that.
I wasn't very clear on your timeline. It looked as if it was maybe a 2 to 2.5 year construction timeline, but I'm certain that it's
18 months.
Is it 18 months?
It's 18 months.
So it's 18 months.
Yeah. We'd like to start in January 2024.
Okay, and then on the on your hold period, so it looks like you're looking to sell for, an additional what, 3.5 million more. Is it a 5-year hold?
It's a 7-year hold.
7-year hold.
Mm-hmm.
And your RevPAR, I think you're stabilizing your RevPAR around a $78 RevPAR, and the set is currently at $52. And I understand that it's an older comp, but with 4 brand new hotels coming into the market around the same time, have you accounted for that as well?
Yes, we actually did account for that. That's why we're keeping it at that. I would talk about it in terms of the ADR, but of course that leads into the RevPAR, but we're keeping it at that 80.3% stabilization, assuming that we were not going to be able to keep ramping up as those new products come online.
Yeah, but the RevPAR, I think was going up to 30%, going up 30%.
Yeah, it's
by
about
year 7.
Yeah, it's a 30. Well,
right. And is the market projected to do that?
Yes, yes. We've had a lot of analysis, again, with our the hotel development company and a number of other consultants that we've worked with. We haven't done a complete feasibility study yet, but we have pieces here, and that will be one of the next things that we do.
Yeah, and I would just kind of piggyback on that. You start rate at roughly $95, which is 30% over, right, 19 levels or 22 levels. That to me suggests you're probably going to run pretty significant transient in an extended stay box.
We definitely will have transient as well. Yes, that's something that we're looking at. We know that, again, one of the reasons why we might want to continue to look at the comp set, the transient comp set, and run that analysis is because of that. We will have transient as well as extended stay.
Don't do it. Stick with it, model. Stick with extended stay. Do not get tempted by the transient business in there. Run the model you run, because the returns are much better when you run it as an extended stay hotel from a labor and cost perspective.
well, with hospitals nearby and everything, it's just the extended stay.
Yeah, well, we actually ran the model different hotel brands with transient, and it didn't quite work as well. So then we went to extended stay, and we ran a few different brands, and it ran really well. And we had a number of brands that were interested in working with us. We talked with a lot.
Especially as a first hotel project, you'll be much better with multifamily experience. You'll be much better off sticking with that model. Don't get tempted.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I have another question. I agree with Chip. I think there might be some pressure on those construction costs. What kind of contingency have you planned for?
Well, we're working really closely with a hotel construction company. Right now, they're part of our partnership, I guess I would say. So one of the things we're going to do is really lean into making sure that we're paying attention to the market, paying attention to any type of supply chain issues and things of that nature. So we're because we've been in the business of doing development for a while, we are pretty aware of that a lot of different things can change, and so we'll be willing to pivot as needed.
Okay, so do you know, are you assuming 5%, 10% contingency?
I don't have it right here in front of me. I have to look back at the model, but we have a percentage in there. I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately.
I am not advocating a brand change.
Oh, this time you're not. Yeah, we get it.
However, if you looked at your comp set, there are a fair amount of other properties under the same parent company. Did you take that into consideration?
Yes, we took that into consideration. We actually worked with Extended Stay America, and they were very interested in working with us on this particular project, and especially with the Premier Suite. So it's a different hotel than the other in the comp set.
Great. Thank you.
All right, are there any more questions for Monica? All right, good job, Monica.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk with Genesis. So Monica's going to have a chat with Genesis. While she's doing that, it's back to you, audience. QR code. Rate Monica's presentation. Send her some comments. And then get ready for our last pitch of the day. And when that pitch is over and the question and answers are over, then you're going to come back to the QR code and vote for your favorite pitch. I'll run them down before we close. I'm going to turn it over to Genesis. And when Genesis finishes talking to Monica, I'm going to be meeting with Noah Silverman, who is over development for Marriott International. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Monica, you did an amazing job.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Tell me about your experience with the SHaD program. I know you have a full-time job. How did you balance all of this? I know there's weekly classes. Tell me about that.
Right. Yeah, it definitely was a lot of work. After working every day, I would start my second job, which was working on this deal and working on learning everything I needed to learn with SHaD. So in all my weekends as well. So I told my son, I'm working 7 days a week.
Yeah, so there really was no balance. It was focus mode, definitely.
Exactly.
I love that. So this is your first hotel project. Why did you choose extended stay?
Again, we ran the financial models with transient hotels as well as extended stay, and it really worked with the extended stay. And once we started talking with the brands, we realized that this was the way to go.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, amazing job. Thank you so much.
All right,
Congrats.
thank you. Thanks.
And now a word from our friends at IHG.
Introducing IHG One Rewards. 18 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, one loyalty program that lets you guest how you guest.
So I'm sitting here with Noah Silverman, the Global Development Officer for the U.S. and Canada.
You got it.
For Marriott International. I'm very happy to be sitting with you. This is our third year sitting together, and I always appreciate you being supportive of She Has a Deal and all that you do to help elevate women in hospitality. I wanted to talk about today Marriott's Bridging the Gap program.
Great.
We've had many conversations about it, but our audience may not know about Bridging the Gap. So I want to just give us a little overview. Let's talk about how it's going so far.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, it's an incredible day. I always really enjoy being here and being with you. And maybe just one comment before I get to Bridging the Gap specifically, because you've seen it from some of the other brand reps that you've had at your SHaD Talks today, that I think one of the things that you and the SHaD Squad and everyone who's been involved in this program can celebrate is the momentum that you've created, not just on the ownership side, but among the brand companies to launch some of these programs that many of the folks have talked about up here today. So I've said that this is really the objective of getting more women and increased diverse ownership in this business is a responsibility that the industry has as a whole, yes. And you can start to see the impact that that's having based on everyone who's talked about their programs today. So for us, Marriott's Bridging the Gap was an initiative that we launched at the NYU conference last June. We had a long-standing history of being proactive in trying to enhance diverse ownership, and we were proud of the accomplishments that had achieved, that we'd achieved in that space, but we'd never really formalized a program of incentives. And so that's what Marriott's Bridging the Gap was for us. It was a formalization of incentives that were devoted to historically underrepresented ownership groups that, given our targets for diverse ownership, we simply had, and as some of the stats that you've seen today, had simply been unable to generate the kind of success in ownership with those groups that had been intended. And so we created a program that had specific incentives, as I said, in the form of key money and reduced application fees and reduced franchise fees over a period of time, and training and development help and relationship help with consultants and others to help generate an incremental number of opportunities in the space. And we were pleased to announce as part of your program here today that thus far we've signed 19 deals with under our Bridging the Gap program, and look forward to signing many, many more going forward.
Yeah, and so one of the things you and I have talked about many times about the capital, so I'm curious with those 19 deals, how are those those owners getting finance for new construction?
Well, I think in many ways they're experiencing the same challenges that everybody else is experiencing today, which is that it is a very difficult financing environment. But the objectives of our program, by providing capital support, by providing the other incentives that we talked about, was to reduce the burden on both equity and debt to help kickstart those projects. So is it making it easy in an otherwise difficult environment? No. I mean, the reality is it's still difficult, and it's difficult for everybody. But we've hoped that our the name of the program, obviously Bridging the Gap, we've hoped that is giving a leg up to projects that otherwise might have had more challenges to be able to advance and succeed.
You know what I found interesting at our first advisory committee meeting?
And thank you by the way, for your time.
You're welcome.
On serving on that with us.
It's a pleasure, because I'm on a mission, right? This is a movement, and there were 3 things that the seasoned developers in the room, all minorities, said that were needed, and one was, access to deals. And I said, oh, check, that's what SHaD's trying to do. And then they talked about education. They need to be technically ready to advance. I was like, oh, check, that's what SHaD is doing. And then the third was availability of capital. And I was like, oh, that's what SHaD's trying to do. We still need work, but we're putting our best efforts forward. So we appreciate Marriott's support and really embracing the vision. When I had the vision on paper, just on paper or in my head, and Marriott, and I was new to the industry still. I was a new franchisee, and so Marriott stepped up in a big way to help me create all of this. So I am very grateful. I thank you.
Well, we were super proud to be part of it with you. We're thrilled to host this year, and congratulations to you on all your success with the program, and here's to many more years of even more success.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tracy.
So, clap. Everyone clap for Noah. Yeah. So, last but not least, I hate to be cliche, but last but not least, coming to the stage, we have our last pitch presenter, who is a veteran of the hospitality industry. Her name is Portia Hood, and she's going to be pitching a Hilton Hampton Inn that's located in the suburbs of Austin, Texas. Let's hear from Portia. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Portia Hood, and I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. I have been in the hotel industry for almost 20 years, and with the experience that I have gained as a director of sales and marketing, I wanted to hone in on those skills and turn that into hotel ownership. She Has a Deal has been awesome. Being able to network with women who are already hotel owners, women who hold vital roles in the hospitality industry, and women like myself who aspire to own hotels. It has just been a marvelous experience. My goal right now is to walk away with a hotel deal.
Welcome to the stage, Portia Hood.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, again, my name is Portia Hood, and my company is PCM Properties. I have a rare opportunity for you to invest in the Hampton Inn and Suites, Austin Lakeway. So, we're going to take a look at the deal thesis, the market intelligence, the projections, the investment summary, and then we'll end with the exit strategy. So, we want to keep our partnership with Hilton. They will grant us a 15-year license. And we also want to continue to serve those 150 million Hilton Honors members. We're going to renovate the property, and we will partner with a third-party management company such as Concord Hospitality. They will help us implement focused revenue management analysis and streamline expenses. I am asking today for $2.9 million. So let's learn a little bit about Lakeway. So Lakeway is located in Travis County. It is about 25 minutes from Austin. It's 35 minutes from the international airport. The main highway there is 71, so it's easily accessible to 71 to get you straight into Austin. Lakeway has benefited tremendously from the economic growth in Austin, and it is growing at a rate of almost 4% annually. So we have a lot of diverse demand generators. There's 196 companies that have expanded offices in the Austin area. Austin is the state capital. So we have state and federal travel. There's also the Texas legislative that's actually taking place right now, and it happens every 2 years. There's 3 universities, with the largest being the University of Texas at Austin, with over 50,000 students. There's also a plethora of indoor and outdoor lifestyle activities. Corporate presence. So this list is a short list of very prominent companies that are in the Austin area. We have Google, Amazon, Tesla. So now we all know Silicon Valley. Well, Austin is Silicon Hills. I would also like to note that there are other software development companies that are located right in Lakeway. Annual events. South by Southwest, Formula One, MotoGP are held at the Circuit of the Americas, and then Austin City Limits Festival. These happen every year, and according to Visit Austin and the Austin Convention Center, these events bring in over 100,000 room nights annually. So take a look at this. Or do we have any hikers in the room? Yes. I love to hike. So this is West Cave, and it is located in Dripping Springs, Texas. Dripping Springs is located near the hotel, and you can take guided tours there. There's a whole bunch of natural wonders in Dripping Springs. The other great thing is there's over 50 wedding event facilities in Dripping Springs, and those facilities host over 1,000 weddings a year. If you're not a hiker, it's okay. There's still a lot of things that you can do in Lakeway. There's Lake Travis. You can go boating at the Lakeway Marina. There's golfing and wineries. So now we have learned about the market. Let's talk about our wonderful hotel. So the hotel has 70 rooms. There's 2 meeting spaces. It offers complimentary breakfast, complimentary parking, and Wi-Fi. So the picture that you're looking at is our current standard king room. We are going to renovate the property, okay? After renovation, this is a rendering of our newly appointed king room. So our competitive set, we have 2 Holiday Inn Express and Suites. We have a Residence Inn, and we have a La Quinta Inn and Suites. Now, all of these hotels offer the same amenities that we offer. But it's very important to note that this is a high barrier to entry market because there's limited sewage capacity. There's also strict environmental regulations. So we're not expecting a whole lot of supply, new supply to come online. So we studied our CBRE reports, and looking at our historical performance, taking us into our future projections, we expect for our hotel to stabilize with an occupancy of 80%. The comp set will be at about 74%. We expect ADR to land at about $188, and the comp set will be at about $163. So this brings us to a RevPAR of $151 for our hotel. Now this is $30 above the comp set. So for the penetration, again, we studied those CBRE reports, and based on what they're projecting for occupancy and ADR, we're projecting to grow the same for the comp set as well as the property. So you'll see these numbers are static, but we're still getting more than our fair share. RevPAR is 124, ADR 115, and occupancy 107. Now, we will be operating at around about a 60% GOP and an EBITDA of 34. There's also a net operating income of about 30. So let's look at the investment summary. Purchase price, $8 million. That's about $114,000 per key. We're looking at an estimated renovation of $2.3 million. Closing costs at about $640,000. And the total projected capital of $10.9 million. So I've been in talks with Community Bank. I'm looking to get an SBA 504 loan. They will cover about $8 million. Again, that equity that I'm raising, $2.9 million for the total funded project of $10.9 million. We asked for 1 year interest only to help us ramp up with that renovation that we're planning on completing. And all of this is at a 7.8 interest rate. Return metrics. This is what we're all here for. 10 years, we're gonna hold the property for 10 years. Our internal rate of return is 15.31%. Our multiple on investment income, 3.14. And our cash-on-cash returns, 12.05%. Now, investors, what does that mean? That means if you invest $100,000 with me on this project, over the duration of the holding period with the cash flows and the percentage that you will receive from the sales proceeds, you will get back $314,000. So the exit strategy. We looked at our CoStar reports to figure out where are cap rates going to be when it's time for us to sell. So they said it's about 9.4%. Taking that into consideration with our NOI at the 10th year, our sales price is going to be $12.7 million after we've paid the principal and the cost of sales. Our proceeds are going to be $5.6 million. And because at this point, the age of the property is going to be, a little bit older. We'll still have about 5 years on that Hampton Inn license from Hilton. But what we would like the new owner to do is come in, keep that as a Hilton, and turn it into a Spark Hotel. Thank you. I appreciate your investment in the Hampton Inn and Suites Austin Lakeway. And remember, everything is bigger in Texas.
Yes, it is. All right. So you're the final pitcher.
The final.
We got final questions happening as well. And, you know, these questions are standing between us and our VIP reception.
Yes.
So, no, we're going to have a full 10 minutes. Judges, what questions do we have for Portia?
First question is, right now, look at the comp set. It needs a renovation, so it looks great after renovation. What's a TripAdvisor now on it?
Yeah, so we're actually, you mean the TripAdvisor rating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see if it's lower, the renovation will really help it, and I think you have some upside.
Yeah, so it's actually not low. So when the last time I looked at it, we were running at about number 2. Yeah, and so the hotel does get good reviews. I did read some of the reviews. And so, yeah, our TripAdvisor listing is actually not bad at all.
No new supply coming into the market because you're well below replacement cost, which is great.
Yes, so here's the thing about new supply. So there is a possibility, there's been talks for a hotel coming into the square at Loman's Crossing, I think it's called. And that is a new mixed-use development. So they talked about a hotel coming there, which is under 100 rooms. We don't know when this is going to be. They literally just broke ground in November. So we don't know when this is going to be. But that has been considered when we look at the occupancy for the projecting years moving forward.
So many of you have talked about SBA loans, and I'm very concerned about that for all of you because I've just heard horror stories where people are taken to the nth place and then they don't come to fruition. What has been your are you communicating with a local bank are they giving you percentage odds that this is going to come through? Because when you go to the nth, you're down to your due diligence, you're getting ready to go hard, you've got to close, and then the bank says, oops, so sorry, we're not doing SBAs.
Yeah, so I have been in talks with a CDC, and they are the people that work with SBA to get the loans funded in connection with a community bank as well. So that is actually where I got the interest rates from. That is a blended interest rate between the bank and the CDC. So they've also told me what fees they don't cover, like the franchise fees. So far, all of the information and communication that we had is positive. I would expect that deal would move forward based on the research that we've already done.
The interest rate I thought was fair. I thought the exit cap rate was fair. I would just really urge everyone that is dealing with an SBA to have a backup plan.
Okay, will do.
I thought your numbers they appeared to be right on track. Your penetration, you're over penetrating your set, and you have a great location. I mean, Silicon Hills, Lake Travis, all of that it makes sense. I didn't see any real upside though from the renovation. It sounds like there's a management change potentially.
Yes.
So are you just keeping it straight line with the comp because you're assuming that they're also going to be investing capital?
Correct. So I think that I'm very conservative in my numbers. I think that there is going to be upside in ADR. So right now, if you kind of take a look from 2019, we were at 78% occupancy. I don't think we get back to 78 again until around 2028 or something like that, according to my financial model. And so most of that growth is in rate. I, again, was very conservative. I think that there is some upside to rate because as I looked at what they're selling right now, once we do the renovations, I think we'll be able to get way more than what we're actually getting right now.
So I have a question related to the financing. How comfortable are you with that level of leverage? 74-ish% feels a little aggressive in the current environment. Have you run an analysis if they don't come through, to her point, they might come through at a lower leverage, if at all. So it just feels a little aggressive in the current environment.
Yeah. So in talks with, the financial representatives, they feel confident about the split. But if they were to come in at, say, 70%, then I would have to raise more capital. I would have to raise more equity.
You mentioned Spark also. I'm sorry. And so it's a 10-year hold. So essentially, you'd have 5 years left of the existing agreement. But Hilton's already committed to Spark as part of this exit strategy.
10 years from now?
No.
Not committed, but they've offered that as an exit strategy for a new buyer to come in and acquire the property.
No, so they haven't offered that. What they have offered is the 15-year license for the Hampton Inn. So because I mentioned that this is a high barrier to entry market, of course, they would want to keep the brand there for as long as possible. We're thinking because of the age of the asset when the license does end, that it would be great for a Spark conversion. That's why the Spark was created. And so at that point, I think that property would then be a good candidate. And then, of course, Hilton, it stays in the Hilton system.
Jim has a few ideas what to do with it, too. I might have missed this earlier. Do you have a background in hotels, or why did you get involved in hotels?
I do have a background in hotels. So my first hotel job was out of college, and I was at the JW Marriott right on Pennsylvania Avenue. So to be at the Marriott headquarters, you know, is a special moment. And so right now, I actually do represent a Hilton hotel, and my current asset manager is in the room. So
And what do you do with Hilton right now?
Director of Sales and Marketing. Mm-hmm.
Obviously, strong market. Wasn't aware of the barriers to entry, but that always helps. The brand's firing on all pistons, right?
Yeah.
I guess the question is, you've got roughly 2.5 acres, but only 70 keys. I'm trying to figure out a way to get you more keys.
Yeah. So the hotel is surrounded by parking, and then right next door there is a Whataburger, and they kind of share an open lot as well. I had not thought about adding any keys, to be honest with you. When we look at the renovation right now, I got most of my renovation numbers from HVS, as well as knowing about a Hampton that I am currently invested in and what that cost is per key. So really right now the focus is getting in there and doing a good job with the renovation. I think once we nail down a GC, then maybe that is something that we can look into to see. I think there was the possibility of adding one more room, but I'm not as focused on that as I am getting the renovation complete and done well and done on time.
Can you add, is there a pad available if there's a Whataburger? So Whataburger has a cross easement parking with your lot, do you think?
Yeah, so I haven't visited the property yet, but based on what I have been told and based on the questions that I've asked, it's kind of like just, I guess, a cement area that crosses over that divides the two, if that makes sense.
Do you think there's room for another pad on the acreage?
I don't know. That's a question, yeah.
And that would help you with your loan?
That's a question that I definitely would need to ask. Yes.
My guess is in that marketplace, they're not going to let you do anything.
Yeah.
It's out in that area especially, a lot of residential, it's really tough.
Yeah, there is a lot of residential around.
And so you've got a healthy renovation budget. I'm assuming that's your 14, 15-year cycle.
Yes, so because the property is a little bit older, you see the picture there, I wanted to make sure, I do have a contingency in there, so there's a 10% contingency in there. There's also a project manager, revenue set aside for a project manager. So typically what we saw was about 20 to 25,000 per key for the renovation, and we did 28 just to be on the safer side. So, you know, there may be some, you know, savings there, but I wanted to make sure that I budgeted appropriately.
One more quick question? No? Okay, well.
Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
And of course, I love a Hampton. While Portia's going back to chat with Genesis, just want to remind you, QR code, you have 10 minutes to rate Portia. Also, you want to give her some constructive feedback. That would be very helpful. And then, when I come back, I'm going to have you open up the QR code again and vote for your favorite team, because we are giving out a Viewer's Choice Award, and that will be open for 30 minutes, okay? So Genesis is gonna start, and then I'll come back. I'll thank a bunch of people, including all of you, for sitting for a long day of fabulous pitches, and I'll remind you who all of our contestants were today, and then don't forget to prepare to come back tomorrow, same place, not the same time, 9:30 a.m. Genesis.
Thank you, Tracy. Portia, that was amazing. Congrats on your deal. You have years of experience in the hospitality space. I wanted to know, what advice would you give other women who aspire to follow your exact footsteps?
Well, first of all, when it comes to being a hotel owner, you got to know your numbers, okay? So that financial model is very important. Yeah. And those return metrics are very important, because obviously, you know, you want to make that return to your investors.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Congrats and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, hey everyone. Portia was our final pitch, so it's time to vote. You have 30 minutes to vote for your favorite pitch that you saw today, and it's also time to vote for your Viewer's Choice Award. It was amazing being a part of this backstage and being able to interview all of today's women. I did this last year, so definitely a full circle moment and amazing opportunity. Thank you, Tracy. This was incredible, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Yep. All right. Okay, so this has been a fun-filled day, inspiring afternoon. I know I learned something today. Did all of you learn something today? So there's so many people to thank, and like I said, I need to thank all of you for coming and supporting, for buying, tickets to attend this event, for sponsoring this event. As you know, 100% of the monies for these tickets go to support our educational platform. So thank you so much. Thank you to our judges, who I don't think anybody went to the bathroom. I don't think anybody went to the bathroom. Oh, you went to the bathroom? Okay. Thank you to our judges, Ann, Jim, Beth, Chip, and Tiffany. You guys were fabulous. You were patient. You asked great questions. The women I know will really appreciate the feedback. We'll have a chance to go to the green room to just chit-chat with them a little bit before we go to the reception. Want to just, again, thank you for all of your critiques and the questions that you asked, which is vitally important to these women on their journey to hotel ownership. I must thank all of our sponsorship partners. We have many this year. We have some newcomers, and you'll see they're all out listed on the different signs and everything that we have. They're on the screen now. So, please, just thank our sponsors for me. I'll continue to thank them. I would not have been able to take this concept and vision and make it a reality without all of their support. We continue to need support from sponsors to put this event on. When I started this, it was a passion project. It was an assignment from God, and it was supposed to be just something to uplift women, and it's become a whole nother job. So we need everyone's support to make it happen. We also take donations. If you liked what you saw here, because these women did not start what you saw today, this is not where they started, okay? They started very raw, and now look what's been accomplished. So I also want to thank our incredible staff at SHAD. We have a number of team members who helped to put this together, and an incredible group of volunteers as well. I want to thank Genesis for coming back all the way from Arizona. Yes, did you guys enjoy Genesis and spending time with us? She'll be back tomorrow to talk to our early careerists. And we hope that you all enjoyed today's women's pitches. Tomorrow, again, it's at 9:30 a.m. The early careerist will be joining us and pitching. We had a preliminary round for our early careerist, so there'll be 5 teams pitching tomorrow, so a little quicker. And then we'll immediately go to the awards luncheon, where you'll hear my Power and Numbers panel with 2 executive women leaders on the financial side of the business. And then also you'll find out who wins. We have $50,000 in deal equity in the SHAD Prosperity Fund for the early careerists, and $50,000 for our today's woman candidates for equity in their deal, okay? So that's some big stakes here, and I know judges probably have a tough time with deciding, because all those pitches were pretty good today, all right? So everyone, one last round of applause. If you want to learn more about SHAD's upcoming programs and initiatives, you can visit our website at shehasadeal.com. And also, we didn't even mention earlier, we want shout outs on social media. So today, there's still time. Tomorrow, please give us shout outs on social media, tag us, and use hashtag SHaDPitch 2023 and hashtag SHADPowerandNumbers to share what moved you most about today's event. Until then, I want you to...
A big thank you to you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
I was here last year. The quality of presentations, the people, the investment opportunities have risen dramatically, and I want to see that keep going. Thank you very much for all you're doing.
You know why, right? We were like, whoa, we got to get together. No, but
But it shows.
yes.
It shows.
And yes. And we're getting more sponsors and more donors, and we're able to pour into our women and help them to be successful. So yes. Okay, so now it's time to pick your favorite team before you all go to the reception on the 20th floor. It's a VIP reception. Hope you will all join us. But go back, and they were supposed to give me a list of everybody. I'm going to try to remember from the top of my head, but it should be on our QR code.
It's right there.
Oh, here we go. They think I can read that. I'm over 40. Okay, so we started out with, I see, oh, duh. Okay, I'm looking back there. Okay, so we started out with Miriam, who pitched the Independent Hotel, which was in Boston. Okay, and that's Bez and Oli is her company. And then we had Jenny Jackman, J Jack Hotels, who pitched the ground up new construction development in Redlands, California. We also, third, we had Amara Hotels, and that was Amara, what's that? Tamara from Amara Hotels. She pitched the Microtel by Wyndham in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And then we had my favorite dessert, Tiramisu Investments, Maria Pia, coming all the way from Italy, from Puglia, Italy, to pitch her JDV by Hyatt. And then we had Living Legacy Developments, and I am forgetting who, Wyndham, that was Stephanie DeBerry, who pitched the conversion to a Wingate by Wyndham in Oxon Hill, Maryland, not too far away. And then we had Teresa and Donna, TD Ventures, pitching a True. It's an acquisition in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We had Rue Windsor Holdings, which was Monica, and she pitched a Extended Stay America, which is one of our new brand partners this year. We're really excited to have Extended Stay as a partner. And then Portia, PCM Properties, the Hampton Inn in Austin Lakeway was pitched for our final presentation. So use the QR code. You all should have that by now. Can we get the QR code back on the screen so everyone can vote for your favorite team, because they have an opportunity to win the Viewer's Choice Award, and they'll all be announced tomorrow. So we have a Viewer's Choice for today, and then we'll have another one tomorrow for the early careers. All right? So thank you, everyone. I mean, it's so great to see people are still in the room at the end of the day. But please join us for the VIP reception on the 20th floor. We look forward to meeting all of you, and you will meet all of the participants, the early careers, as well as today's women who pitched today. Have a great evening. Our judges, if you could come with me to the green room. What's that? Oh, yeah, that would be a good idea. Yeah, that would be a wonderful idea if you went to the restroom. Oh, can we take a picture first? Where do you want to take it? Right up here? Can you guys come up here?
She's brilliant and bold, got talent.